Good evening, and welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference and home of the Allen Institute for Human Rights. My name is Frank Allen, and I will be your host for the evening. The views and opinions that are expressed by our listeners are not necessarily the views of Targeted Massachusetts, the Allen Institute, nor myself. It is the goal of this conference to be a place where people who are victims of organized stalking, intimidation, electronic control, and mind control in all differing forms and from various sources can feel free to openly and safely discuss any of their fears, hopes, strategies, and solutions for themselves, and to offer advice, support, and encouragement for one another. It is understood that some people may not always agree with one another, so let us start this conference with the willingness to agree to disagree, keeping in mind that it is much more important to support one another than for us to always be right. Good evening. We're off to another episode of The Open Mic. And we already have 21 people here at 9:03. That's really great. We've got, let me see, Ambler, Pennsylvania, wireless caller. Jade, Lakewood. Jeff, Dayton, Ohio. Ann, Anon. Candace, Scylla from Massachusetts. E from New York. Gertrude, Joe, Jordan, Joseph, Marilyn, MTC1 Racer, Nadine, Name, and Suki. Okay, we've had a lot of interesting developments in the community over the last couple of days. Many of you know that Richard Lighthouse is not whom he claims to be. Richard Lighthouse is actually, his first name is Winter Calvert, which is his last name. And if you have befriended a person named Lem Rom, or Len Rom, he is also Richard Lighthouse.
Frank, is Richard Lighthouse, a.k.a. the other person you mentioned, is he not to be trusted, or is he just protecting himself?
Let me finish, okay? It has also been found out by other people in the community that Mr. Lighthouse no longer has an functional license to operate as a mechanical engineer. So these are why we have to vet individuals in the community, because many are not whom they claim to be. So, with that, I will say, be careful. Be careful who you befriend. Be careful, because you never can tell why this individual is doing this. Why would you have a bunch of aliases? And I didn't even mention many of them. But this could be evidence that this gentleman is a government plant. We don't know. I'm just speculating. But I just wanted to let you know it's my duty to let the community know when I learn something that could affect them. So, we have now 31 people in the conference. It's another great Wednesday night, and I'm very happy to be here, and I'm sure you are as well. It's a place for us to gather and use this place as a sounding board to let your ideas out. Maybe you have a new countermeasure that works for you that you'd like to share. Maybe you've met some influential people that you'd like to introduce. So with that, does anybody have anything they would like to share?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, Frank. It's Marilyn. Hi, everybody.
Hi, how you doing, Marilyn?
Oh, I'm getting a little insensitive to the torture, but I just wanted to share a little story. I usually go out with my friend. He drives, so I get mind controlled to not be able to function, so I kind of have to lean the chair back and pass out. So at a rest stop, I saw soldiers, and I wrote on a piece of paper, "My name's Marilyn. I have the Havana syndrome. I'm being tortured. And please Google targeted individual." One of the soldiers took a picture of the license plate. They came 2 days later to the house. One cop from Kettering and a state trooper. So the soldier went to the state police and told them. And I said, yeah, I was being tortured when they came over. So I get shot in the head every day. I'm being tortured in the house. And it's true, and I need help. And they said it was nothing that they could do about it. But I'm never going to stop telling, and I just wish that more TIs would just come forward. That they were so nice. You know, they came in plain clothes. So I did that, and I guess the only countermeasure that I could say is do not talk to the voices. You do not know these people. They could be anyone, anywhere in the world. Do not talk to them ever. All right, thanks, Frank.
Sure, Marilyn. It's glad to hear. I'm very glad to hear from you. It's been a little while now. I missed your phone call, and every time I try to call you back, it's just a message. Your answering service. So.
Yeah. It looks odd. I know you said that there's a TI named Jeff from Dayton. If it's a TI from Ohio, especially Dayton, Ohio, we should kind of try to help each other and let the larger community know what's happening to us. I mean, they shoot microwaves into your home in Dayton, Ohio. It's possibly going through a neighbor's house. And even if it isn't, they're spraying microwaves and all these energy weapons around your home and your vehicle and when you're out in public. So if you're in a store, they could miss and hit another customer. If you're with your family, you know, they're probably taking shots at your children. And so if you do have children, they are targeting your children because they're targeting you. If they're trying to destroy you, you're the parent, so they're trying to destroy your children. and the people around you. If they're shooting your home, especially in an apartment, it is your responsibility. It's a responsible adult tells. If someone shoots a gun into your house, obviously the neighbors are going to want to know who did it, and they're going to feel fear. The same neighbor should have the same access to your information about what's happening to you, because their lives are in danger also. They could target your neighbors simply because they're close to you, and it could be one of the reasons why your neighbors move out frequently and new ones come in. They could be getting voices or mind control to move out, and that's a common comment that V2K, they tell you to move out of your home, and then and then you're under some lame mind control feeling that if you move, your targeting will stop. And this has never been the case for anybody. In fact, Catherine Horton is getting abused more. So she moves into William Binney's home, and so he's actually getting shot more because she's there. And so his next-door neighbor, all the people in his county should know who they are, because there is a criminal shooting military-grade weapons into the area. You see? So you should tell. That's just my advice. You don't have to take it, but we need to be mature adults about this. This is wrong. You should tell. Okay? This is not child molestation. These are weapons. We're not just getting molested electronically, but they're shooting weapons into the neighborhood. And you could have a neighbor.
Well, it's too bad about Mr. Binney and his significant other, because he's already endured a lot, and he's older, so I hope he's going to be all right, and I guess both of them.
Okay, what did we miss? You just interrupted Marilyn as she was speaking. I think she was still speaking.
Oh, right.
So
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah. When she's through, come back and let us know what's going on, because apparently I've missed something. Go ahead, Marilyn.
Right. The isolation is to get you to die alone, and in pain and poverty. They want to treat you like a Jewish European in the Holocaust, and you have every right to live, and they have every right to live, and no one deserves to be treated. You don't grab millions of people's minds and bodies remotely and hold them in hostage and captivity. And no Jew would sit there and take that shit. And so we have to be just as courageous as they are. I mean, you want to stay alive. I mean, you need incentive. Let's try to coach each other on we have to stand up erect. They want you to they had me on the couch most of the day, and I said, you know what, I'm not going to live like this on the couch. They're going to torture you standing up. They're going to torture you when you're asleep, at work, in your car. So you might as well just get up, get some coffee, and let's try to figure out how to get the larger community to pay attention to us. When I look at my neighbor, there are people that can see her on the porch smoking her cigarette. 20, 30, 40, it could be 50, 100 people, or if not more, that they've made me spyware. And I deserve to live. I do not want to be spyware. I don't want to have to live in a Jim Crow era where I can't look at anybody because I have perverts. I have perverts who that are planning actively to try to figure out how to abuse children and women primarily, and to dumb down and recruit as many TIs who are poor to be perpetrators, so that when we sleep and when we're in our home, they can terrorize us to death, and nobody knows it. And our summer is almost over. It just sucks. I'm just so tired of it. All right, thank you.
Okay, E, if you'd like to present what you were speaking of, go right ahead.
Hi. I was just saying that I hope Mr. Binney and his significant other are doing all right, especially since he's older and he's had health problems. And that's really all. Nothing else right now, and thank you very much. Okay.
Yes, thank you so much. And yes, I'm sure they'll be better together to fight this scourge on mankind, which is what I call it.
Yeah, I think it's a really good alliance.
Yes, it is. It's
Yeah.
a great alliance, and it's one that will, I'm sure, flourish into quite a team. Okay, Melissa, are you here? If you are here, I have a question for you. Melissa, are you here? I have a question for you. Okay, I didn't remember seeing her come in, but okay. If anyone sees Melissa come in, would you please?
No, come here. Now. No. Shama. No. No. No.
Hello, Frank?
No.
Hold on,
Yeah.
I gotta. Okay,
Can you hear me?
Pennsylvania, your mic's open. Go ahead, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Do you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Hi, I'm from Bakersfield, and I've been suffering for torture for pulse microwave radiation for a long time. They've been sabotage, verbal attacks, transgressions on my personal life, and transgression on my family as well. The transgression's personal life is our social security number, bank accounts, passports. They distributed all pictures and families and personal information, even my license plates and my social security to different people. They've been distributing my pictures to everywhere, and I believe all the targets individuals, they distribute the pictures so they can see who they are attacking or torturing them. I've been suffering for microwave radiation, radio frequencies, electromagnetic frequencies, electrical shocks. They don't let me. They don't let me do my work, and they displace blinking lights or high beam lights in their cars, which I noticed that there is every time they put the high beam lights, you start getting blind. So my vision starts already getting blurred or bad. I've been vomiting blood, nose bleeding, you name it. All my symptoms is because of these people. They've been torturing me with the pulse microwave radiation. And these people, these stalkers, they talk to each other, and they just say, whatever we're driving or wherever we go, they say, they inform everyone to harassing us. Like if we were going to the church, somebody there will be sending radiation where we at. I've been searching for a long time. The only thing I would like to say is thank you for your show, and we have to be together to stop all this harassment. Like I said, I've been reporting to the President Trump. I've been reporting to the President Biden. I've been reported to everywhere, even the police, and they haven't done anything at all. My family and I will be suffering for this situation for a long time, and this is the time to everybody get up and do one day to get everybody together, or in different places, like the people from California, to set it up, get together from California, get together from Michigan, and get together everybody to try to stop all this. That's all I would like to say. I hope everybody we can do this. That's the only way we can stop this harassment. And thank you.
Yes, I agree. Unification is what we are concentrating on this year. One of the things. Unification of the Northeast, and unification we already have from parts of the West, namely Oregon, and that would be Ella. So we have a strong friend out on the West Coast.
And that will be great if everybody, I know there is our own United States, so that will be great. Everybody at once, one date, at least one date, everybody get together.
Well, that would be August the 29th of this year. Everyone in your state should be going to their capital with other TIs, or at least to your town in terms of your town government, your city government, and making a stand. So August the 29th would be in it. You say you're in Michigan?
No, I'm from Bakersfield, California.
Bakersfield, that's right.
Yes, I'm from Bakersfield, California, and like I said, I know there's a lot of people that have been targeted as well. They don't let us be together, because if we work together, they're harassing us so much with this microwave weapons. So,
what you
I don't know.
Excuse me, there are a lot of TIs in that area, I believe. If Chris is on the call, or anybody else from California, we have a lot of people from California that join us. So if anybody else is here from the Bakersfield area, it would be great if you would exchange phone numbers with this young woman. So, would you like to continue?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I will thank you so much, and I appreciate everything, and I hope they have people from Bakersfield, California, and we get together. Even though from Los Angeles, we can get together, and we can go and talk and try to stop all this harassment. I've been suffering for so many years, and they burn my skin, they burn my face. They actually sabotage. They trespass my property, and they put cameras and they can see, they can hear everything that we say. And we have to do something. I don't know what else we can do to stop all this. At work, everywhere. It's, they don't have rights to do this.
No,
And,
they are violating your constitutional rights. They are violating every right ever written. So we must act. We are acting. Just the fact that we are together here this evening is a big kick in their butt right there, because we are uniting right here from all over the country, and there are some people here from Canada. We have one person from France, one person from Spain. We had a gentleman from Russia. We've had people here from all over, and usually on Friday nights we get everyone. But yes, it's great to hear from you, Bakersfield, and I hope that we can find some other TIs in your area.
That will be great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, if you could write to me at frank@aihr.foundation, I would be more than happy to see if we can find you some people.
I will. Thank you very much.
Certainly. If you'd like me to repeat that, that's easy. Yes, it's frank@aihr.foundation. FOUNDATION. Very easy.
Okay.
Foundation, just like it sounds.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, great. I'll be looking
Thank you so much.
I'll be looking forward to hearing from you. And my phone
and my
number.
name is Jessica.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes, and my phone number is 508-857-8334.
Okay.
On the
I will
weekday,
send that.
okay, on weekdays after 2 p.m., I have some time. On the weekends, I am flooded. But I must say it has backed off lately, and that is due to people getting outside. So they're fighting their confinement, and they're getting outside and meeting other people. And I was mentioning on another conference last evening, as a matter of fact, that all you have to do to start a meeting in your state is tell everybody, well, I am going to be at this particular location. It might be a coffee shop or a restaurant. And just meet there. And if you're going to be there, we'll just pick a date out of the air. Say you're going to be there on the 15th of every month, whether anybody else comes there or not. You'll find people starting to join you. And, you can talk over your situations. You might find that some people are having different problems. You might not get along with some people, but try and put aside your differences and see if you can move ahead. Oh, good evening, Richard. Okay. The mic is open. Somebody come up and grab it.
Hello?
Hello, Bedford, Mass.
Hey, how you doing? Hey,
Very
how you
good.
doing? Yes, that's correct. My name is Dean from Massachusetts. How's it going, man? I'm just being all ears right now.
Okay, that's cool. No problem with that.
Yeah, then eventually, like, I'll have my share of stories. So I'm a very interesting person.
Okay, all right. We used to meet in Arlington at the Arlington Library. So.
Okay, nice. Are you from Mass as well?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. All right. So nice. Yeah. So I'll be in Arlington, so I know what you're talking about. So I know the area. Yeah.
Okay. Great.
It's not that far, so I'll be in and out of it. And I have your phone number, so we'll get in touch and we'll have a sit down one of these days.
All right. We might try that location again.
Yeah. Absolutely, indeed.
It's a beautiful library as well. It's old. It's as old as Boston, I swear. It's really, really beautiful inside, and we can have our choice of a couple of different rooms, and we can. The only thing that's tough there, I think, is parking, as I recall. But
why they don't have a lot?
There's a lot of people that go there, so parking sometimes can be rough.
Okay.
Just wanted to warn you, that's all.
No problem. Of course, absolutely. If I do want to reserve a space, I got to get there first.
Okay. All right. Well, that's been a great.
I'll save your number.
Okay, great.
No, I'm sorry about that. If I cut you off, I saved your number. No. I know you was giving out the number, and I kind of like quickly save it myself, and then I have your number, so it'll be easier for me to reach back out to even after this conference is done and over with, and then we'll chat, and then we'll meet up, and then we can take it from there. I'm a very interesting person.
Oh, thank you. That sounds great, and maybe we'll try and put that together, possibly before August 29th.
Correct.
To plan for August 29th. And we have met before near the MIT dorms so that we catch up-and-coming engineers from MIT and scientists, up-and-coming scientists, of what's going on. So we'll see what happens.
Nice. All right, so it's a pleasure, man. It's a pleasure. But now I'll mute myself, just be all ears, just to listen to other stories, so I could just kind of relate and then see what's going on and see how people are handling their situation and how can I be much of a help myself.
All right, that's fantastic. I'm so happy to hear that because in Massachusetts we have got to get everybody together.
Okay, nice. So I guess I'll fill in with these information that you when we get the chance to meet.
All right, great. All right, the floor is still open. The mic is still there. We need somebody to grab it. Medford, if you want to tell your story or talk more, just go. Feel free. That's what this is all about. Everybody gets a chance to speak. Whenever they want. All you have to do is work your way in. Right now there are only 3 people up in the active area. One is Richard, one is yourself. Oh, you're gone, and we have Anonymous. So go ahead, folks.
Frank, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, how are you? How are you doing tonight?
Very good. How you doing?
It's getting worse, but I'm fighting back. I'm going to the gym every day, and I'm almost doing E, and there's an angel somewhere because I stopped to get gas on the car that I thought I only had $10 on. And it said I could have 25 gallons, so I got to fill the tank up. And I'm like, shoot, because I was getting low on money and gas. But and I go to the gym every day, and I'm battling it. You know what I mean? I'm fighting it. I get in the sauna. I'm very fortunate. There's a YMCA up here, and they're big. And they got a huge pool, 2 pools. One's heated, and I go in there and I swim around. And you know something, I have found that this targeting it really wants to work on taking who you are away from you. And I've been reading up on it. You know, a lot of good targets have written a lot of good things out here on the internet, and it pays to read some of it. Some of them have really poured their heart out and really defined targeting, and I really now adamantly believe it's COINTELPRO and then boom into experimentation. And there's another term for it. They had it over in East Germany, Zetzer, something of that nature. I'm adamant that's what this is, like a Stasi takedown, depopulation. And you gotta fight back. You can't. The super soldiers told me, and Max Spears is a good one to listen to, that this is about, they want you to either fight or flee, fight or flight, and they want you to feel betrayed. I mean, betrayed by your family, your friends. They want you, I've gotten to the point, I can't go this way anymore. Like, I felt betrayed by the whole damn world. And when I found that the military was behind this, along with Raytheon, that's a big one, Lockheed Martin, another company, BAE, and many others, we should not feel betrayed. They betrayed themselves, right? To do this. And we are now swimming in 5G. And I looked on their site today from the horse's mouth. And they are using AI, artificial intelligence, and it's everywhere. Like, it's just everywhere. Literally. We're walking in it. And it gave more credence to Dr. Robert Duncan, and his book out here, Deciphering the Matrix. And his advice even is that we just have to walk through it and not feel like everybody's out to get us. And when I started turning it around and going, like if somebody tried to hit me with the car and I'm in the parking lot and I can walk to their vehicle with their window down, and I said to this person, I go up to these people and I would say, get on that cell phone, get on the internet, and look up how the government's controlling your mind with that cell phone. And they flee. They run from me. They look at me like, and I can see in their eyes, their face, that they're not there anymore. They're gone.
Yeah.
They are gone. Have you seen that? Anybody?
Hi, Beverly.
Good evening.
That's Huggy Bear, if you'd like to join in.
That was the name of my dog. My late husband saved a puppy. This jerk was drowning these puppies in a bucket of water. And he never got over it. He grabbed one of them, and we didn't have the resources to grab them all, but he never got over not grabbing all of them and grabbing that guy. And so we raised him, and he was about 6 months old, and he got parvo. He almost died on me. And he was in the vet for like a week and a half, and I would go in and lay down next to the cage with him, and he would be tearing everything out of the IVs out, and he would cry. He wanted to come home. And I told the vet one day, I said, he's been here a week and a half, I'm taking him home. He said, he could still die. He was that bad off, and I said, if he's going to die, he's going to die at home. And if he's going to die, he would have been dead by now. And I took him home, and he turned out to be a real strong dog. He was a good dog. My husband taught him how to sit up and give me 5, with the paw, and And then when my husband died, which is how I got on this, when my husband died, he was killed. It turns out it was through Wall Street, and it was a military-industrial complex. Every Friday, my husband worked a lot of shifts. He would work double shifts, 14 hours straight, and then another 14 hours. He worked very hard, sometimes 14 days straight. The only time I got to see him was at midnight when I'd take down his lunch. And he used to come in, and I made him take off his boots. You know, he wore these big, heavy construction boots at the bottom of the steps. And when he died, every Friday, my dog, and we had 4 cats, and the one cat was like, we'd fight over her. The cat's name was Molly, and she died at 19 and a half years old. And we would fight over Molly, and Molly was a rescue, and he loved that cat. And every Friday there'd be nothing there, okay, empty space at the bottom, you know, by the closet door, bottom of the steps, taking off his shoes, but he's not there, okay, he's gone, he died. And every Friday we would feel a presence there, and my dog would go over there and sit up on his hind legs and be pawing, and there's nothing there, and he'd be crying, begging. And that's what my husband told him to do, to sit up and beg, Huggy Bear. And the cat would be over there too, crying and pawing. And that would flip me out. That was every Friday. You know, DARPA has technology that can do that. And they can even control animals, you know, but I don't, you know, I don't know. When you learn all that stuff, it takes away, you know, the mystery in life. Do you know what I mean? You there, Frank?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Anybody?
I mean, they have done holograms on me, a alien, something grabbed hold of both of my sides, felt like big feathers, the dark shadow guy walking through my home. I mean, I had a night in my home where it was like an alien highway. You know, it was crazy. And I have since learned, you know, that the Metagenome Project guy, he's a CIA jerk, and he sits on stage and he shows where they can make like something that looks like an alien or whatever, and you would not know it wasn't real. And they can do that with D-Wave hooked to the supercomputers. And they can do that. And I realized that thanks to a lot of these super soldiers, and they have been through torture. They've been tortured horrifically. And they say that we are metagenes, and that's the basis of our targeting. That we are mecha. Our genes are metagenome. That we are the mecha. And this one gal can't put it into words enough, that our genes are like top of the line of what's left in this world of any pure genes. And that's my targeting. I don't know if yours is, Frank, or anybody else's, but I feel like it's I'm being pushed to my limit. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Push to your limit. Yeah. That doesn't come close.
I know. This is, you know, it's so, I don't know if, I think going up the chain of command, I don't think I've been to their military sites, and they are using 5G, they are using AI and other things, and they are using crowd control weapons. They actually believe that so-called non-lethal weapons, no touch, are better than coming after us, you know, gunning us down. And Palantir is involved. And that's another corporation. That guy was run by a CIA guy, Thiel. He sold it for $800 million to another CEO guy over from Silicon Valley. And it's called Skynet. And it runs drones and AI. And yet Raytheon, now you go up higher, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, with the big Top Gun military. And, you know, it's like what Duncan had written one time. Boy, if TIs only knew that their own military was targeting them, and he's right. They are. And DARPA. You know, if you get the planes, which, like I do, you know, this is surveillance. Planes, helicopters, and there are people filming this out here, Frank, and they are being chased down by helicopters constantly. And they're filming it. You can find it on BitChute.com and other places, YouTube and all. Is anybody controlling this system? I mean, it looks like they are, and they got super, I mean, you know, big screens and, you know, the whole bit. And they can radar right in and pinpoint right down what they're doing. And 5G is a major military use weapon. Are they actually controlling this, you think? Or do you think this thing is doing it autonomous? There's a lot of talk about autonomous weapons, that they're automated.
Okay. Huggy, this is hands-on by, for me at least, 2 men.
Huh.
It goes with, I mean, I'll tell you exactly what the computer is doing in my particular instance, and that is it's inserting thoughts. It's inserting subliminals. It's inserting whatever they want to insert. That's what the computer is doing, and it doesn't take AI to do that. It just takes a good program. So this is a computer program. DARPA has a lot of them. I'm not going to get into the names. I've mentioned the names. I'll just say one, and that's Electrics, and that's ELECT, capital R, capital S, or actually lowercase x. But that's one of them. It's not an AI program. I'm not saying AI isn't involved. As soon as you hit this hive stage, you definitely have to involve AI to couple a mind to another.
I'm getting it too now, Frank. I'm getting it too. The subliminals, and it's like something's trying to be me. Do you get that?
What I get is I get the feeling that they're all around me all the time.
I feel like it's trying to control me, and so what I think is that we are very self-aware. Everybody else has got thoughts being put to their heads. Even Richard Lighthouse will tell you that with these cell towers, the frequencies. And I looked into frequencies on a different level where frequencies can make sound. And that's how they're putting the thoughts in our head, with the frequencies. So I try to think, okay, here comes another thought, but I mean, it is very... And I think what they're doing is they're experimenting on us with that. And it's just my thought here. Because what I've read is they want to use this type of technology to communicate with the soldier out in the field. But they do experiment on those that they feel, you know, Kennedy said they would silence dissenters. And that's our First Amendment right. That's our constitutional right. And regardless of their Patriot Acts, which are all unpatriotic, it even says in there that the CIA can kill anybody they want on American soil, which is unheard of.
Well, the Patriot Act has been shelved as of last March, actually March 2020. So the Patriot Act not being enforced actually makes it even more illegal.
Oh, yeah. It's extremely unconstitutional, and it goes against every one of our Bill of Rights. And I studied it, and I've even read some of the memoirs of George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and numerous others. And they would not have approved of any of this at all. They were Freemasonic. You know, Benjamin Franklin, he was pretty cool in my opinion. You know, I liked him. He was he was like a genius, but, you know, and he was eccentric. But, you know, he was extremely intelligent. And George Washington was, you know, he led the battles. He fought. He didn't want to be president. He even wrote in his memoirs that he hadn't been in a Freemason hall in over 30 years. And he actually used the term Illuminati back then. And they were concerned that the Freemason halls in the 1700s, during the Revolutionary War and thereafter, he wrote they were questioning were they infiltrated, and he didn't think they were. He wasn't sure. And but they fled. They wanted freedom, like I don't know what, that they fought for it. You know, that was a horrible war, the Revolutionary War. And they signed the Declaration of Independence as a way of saying, you know, another, get away from us, with the king and queen. Penn went through this. Penn developed the state of Pennsylvania, or his son did. He went back over to the king and queen 24 times in a wooden ship back then. That's how badly they wanted their freedom. He wanted Pennsylvania to be completely, you know, it didn't matter what you worshipped, because a lot of back in that era, and if you go back to like the 1500s, it was not unusual for a queen to change her religion overnight. You know, I'm going from Christianity to Catholic. I mean, it's just, I'm giving a scenario. And it was off with millions of the people's heads, literally. It'd be a killing field. Just because they didn't want to switch over religions. I can't make that up. And we're dealing with the same mentality. You know, you can look at the queen, and she's got all the gold in the world. I mean, she's got it all.
Okay, do you think...
But anyway, I'm getting off subject. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just yakking. That's all.
That's okay. Not a problem.
Okay, thank you, Frank.
Yes, ma'am. We've got a lot of new ideas from you, and a lot of content, something to think about, and that's important.
To respect, just know that you've done nothing wrong. This system can, I mean, I remember I thought, oh my God, what have I done wrong to the NSA? And it was the NSA that came after me 2 weeks prior to a court, but that tells you how corrupt they are, and they are corrupt. But it's them. We've done nothing wrong. This is heinous. This targeting is horrendous. It should not be going on in a civilized society, and a society that does have a standing constitution and Bill of Rights. That's all I'm going to say. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Anybody want to talk? I'm going to mute myself, okay?
Okay, we have, let me see, in the active area, we have Charles, and we have Caldwell, New Jersey. And let me see who else just snuck in. Go to the faster board. Okay, we have 2 anonymous people that would like to speak, I think. And Richard is up here, and Shelby. Okay, the mic's there when you want it.
Wait a minute.
You can't have my mic, though. Well, you just can't have it. Okay, we have Marilyn up here, Caldwell, New Jersey, and Anonymous. And Shelby is still there on the other board. Charles Smith again. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I am down coffee, so what I'm going to do is go ahead and make a pot, and you guys can chat. So it's open mic, Wednesday night. It's there for you. If you want to speak, this is your chance. And you get that chance every time we have a conference call. I don't want to see anyone out there wishing that they could speak, because, as I've said, this is your chance.
How long has the Patriot Act been expired?
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, hi. What's your name?
Oh, my name is Ralph. I was wondering, how long the Patriot Act's been expired?
Hi, this is Dana. I just looked up something online about the Patriot Act, and I guess the one section of the Patriot Act expired in March, and now it's turned over. The whole Patriot Act is kind of like dismantled, and they now have what's called the USA Freedom Act, which gives the government more expansive powers to surveil people, with all the technology incorporated into it. So, like Frank said, we're actually worse off now because of the USA Freedom Act.
Didn't they do the Freedom Act like in around 2015? I think is when they did, if I remember.
Yeah, it was when Obama was. Yeah, I think it was when Obama was president. Is they came up with the USA Freedom Act.
Fortunately, I'm back. Currently, that law is actually a child of the Patriot Act, and that is also shelved.
Oh, the USA Freedom Act is shelved?
Yeah, it hasn't been voted on. They didn't vote on it in 2020. I don't know why, because that gave them carte blanche to do just about anything they wanted to do. So if somebody breaks, you should take a look at that Freedom Act, look at it, and if anybody breaks that law, okay, the first thing I want you to do is call someone else, call me, and we'll make it public everywhere, and I will call them and find out what the hell they're doing. I will too. I have. So the Patriot Act allowed them to do just about anything. It eliminated illegal search and seizure. It did a lot of things. It altered a lot of laws. It changed a lot of lives. Lives have been lost because of the Patriot Act. So, with that, I will say because of the Patriot Act, the Brain Initiative went colossus. DARPA took the Brain Initiative and they turned it into a bomb. Okay? Shortly thereafter, we started getting numbers increasing, okay, like by the day. And we're just starting to see these people now. But the modern, latest technology that is hurting you is probably homespun from DARPA. And we had I got a really good kick out of this. President Biden in 2020 was asking for a health DARPA. He called it H-DARPA. Well, dear Mr. Biden, HARPA has been around for a while, and I put a few articles in the newsletter in reference to HARPA. But there is a HARPA out there already, and their big slogan is, patients are waiting. So just Google HARPA. Sometimes it's hard to find. It's probably, I don't know, 2/3 down the first page of your search, and you will find it. And I've got the link. I can probably find it and put it in the chat. But the stuff they do is, it's all scary. And as Edward Snowden said 2 weeks ago, this is looking really scary. I think that was in the caption of his latest video. But it is. It's getting scary. And it's getting to the point where I'm trying to figure out where things are going. I always used to know exactly what was going to happen probably within the next 3 years. I'm getting all fogged up now, and it seems to be, well, the targeting doesn't help. But it's the fact that things have just changed so rapidly that I thought were constants in my life, and constants in the United States. And now they're gone. So, go ahead, folks.
Can I ask a question?
You sure can, Rochester, New York.
Hi. I'm trying to log in to the free conference call on my laptop, and it's asking me for the online meeting ID or the one number of the meeting.
Okay, the meeting ID is targeted.
Thank you.
Certainly. Yeah, you can log in with your phone and your laptop at the same time, as long as you don't obviously turn the volume up.
On both of them, right?
Right, because you'll have a breach. How you doing tonight, Sue? How you doing tonight, Scylla? I just said. Okay, Kat, you have some serious noise problems on your line. It sounds like you're drilling a tunnel to the UK or something from the US. Actually, you could be from the UK. I'm going to try unmuting you to see if you want to speak. Okay, Kat's still drilling. So go ahead, Rochester.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, is that the only thing you wanted?
Well, I mean, I'm willing to talk about just about anything. I'm heavily targeted where I live. I get a lot of the noise campaigns, and I'm monitored 24 hours a day. They break in my house and they steal things and they wreck my stuff. You know, you've heard it all before.
Oh yeah. Well, it's a pattern. There's an old Vimeo video. It's called The Program, and it's probably the best description of gang stalking type targeting that I have ever heard. You can Google it on Vimeo, Just Google the program and targeted. Probably put targeted first and then the program. It's an excellent video. I'll tell you straight up.
Do you know who made the video or which website?
It was made by a group. The group escapes me, but if you can get into their cache of videos, they have a ton of stuff in there. It's been a while for me since I've actually dug in there, but I will have to look once again. But you'll know you're there when you find the program, and below it you'll see a bunch of videos with newspaper articles.
Good to know. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. You'll enjoy it.
Yeah. I'm constantly on YouTube educating myself about this. I've been targeted my whole life, but heavily since 2010, and I didn't even know what it was until last year. So I just found out within the last 12 months what this actually was. So I've been doing nothing but researching as much as I can about it. And, you know, trying to reach out to people on the phone calls. And I started my own Sunday night conference call. And I'm going to be starting my own YouTube channel where I'm going to allow fellow targeted individuals to upload a video of them telling their stories, sharing their stories. So I have a lot on my plate that I'm planning on doing here.
Yeah. Make sure you don't step on Neil Chevrier. Neil Chevrier and Skizit do a show on Sunday evenings at 8:30. Now, it's rumored that he does not want to do that anymore, but I would probably talk to him if you could, or I will give you his
Well, my calls start at 7, so I started mine early, so as not to step on anybody's toes. So, and my call is only listed as being an hour, but it always goes over.
All right. Well, that's fine. He starts at 8:30.
Right. Mine starts at 7, so.
And
if anybody wants to leave my call to go over to his call, that's fine with me.
Well, I mean, that's fine, but we don't like to see two calls run on the same threshold, because the problem is both calls lose. We like to see calls that are separate.
Right.
Yeah.
They are separate. Yeah. He's doing his thing, I'm doing my thing. People can go to whichever one they want, you know.
Okay. All right. That sounds great.
Yeah. Yeah, whichever call suits them is the one that they're going to listen to. All right.
Yeah, Neil's been there for many years, and his calls averaged anywhere between 60 and 100 people on Sunday night.
Right. Yeah, I'm just getting started. And it seems like there is a call every single night of the week, so I had to kind of squeeze myself in there somewhere. Because there is a call. There really wasn't an available evening.
I will tell you what you can do that will work. Okay? If you consistently have a call on Sunday afternoon at 2 p.m. Eastern, you will get people. It will take you a while, but you will have your own following, and you won't be stepping on anybody's toes. And I'll tell you what, because people are looking all hours of the day for a call. I get emails and I get texts all the time. Oh, are there any calls this afternoon? And there are some religious calls if you'd like to go to those, and they're fantastic. Reverend Black has calls. But yeah, pick a day and do something at 2:00. You'd be surprised. The weekends are preferred simply because everybody's home. Some people do work.
Right.
I think an early call, I mean, a lot of us, I just was recently pushed out by the perps out of my job, so I'm home again. And then leaving the house is mind controlled to be sickly. So like a day call, I would love a nice moderator in a conference call during the day when the sun's out even,
Oh, there's your first listener. Yeah, there's a lot
of us that would do that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. The minute they find out, I'll advertise.
Yeah, that's something worth looking into. I am going to keep my Sunday evening call at 7, though. I don't believe that I'm stepping on anybody's toes by doing that. So, but that's something to look into. Perhaps I'll add an afternoon call as well. Thank you.
Yeah, everybody thinks it's easy. Oh, Christ. Lonnie. How you doing, Lonnie?
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm fine. I was just going to say, West Coast needs to say that late calls are great. I've missed a lot of so Alex stops at 8 o'clock our time, and there's nothing after that on Tuesday and Thursday. So I would consider that if I were you. That might be a possibility.
Yeah, she stops at 11, I think. Right?
8 o'clock my time. It's still daylight at 8 o'clock around here in the summertime.
Oh,
but
yeah. Well, she starts at 6 o'clock Pacific, and she ends at 9 o'clock Pacific. So that's actually 9 p.m. Eastern. So she's actually starting at 9 p.m. Eastern and running until 11. We all use Eastern time for conference calls simply because the Eastern folks are the ones who are going to be up. You follow? It's easy for somebody to do a call on the West Coast because everybody follows the Eastern program. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I don't know either. I was going to say some of the best conversations, the deeper conversations really happened late. When people are they've done all their venting, or there's been a lot of trading information about the technology, and we can really get into some good conversations after all that's kind of blown over. So those are the ones I miss a lot. And they can be bad, too. I mean, they can do all kinds of things. If the moderator is not paying attention, sometimes it can get out of hand. But some of these used to go all night, or at least until, midnight around our time. So you might consider it. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I just came in quickly.
Yeah, that's great, Lonnie. I'd love to hear from you. And yeah, any time anybody has a new call, it's got to go up on targetedmassachusetts.org under conference calls so that it can be listed, so that people will go there. So I'll help you. I'll advertise for you. I'll do whatever I can to help you get afloat.
Was there a call before this one tonight?
I don't believe so. Let me see.
There was a Christian call. Pastor Black was doing, we're reading through the Bible in 1 year. chronologically, which is different. So she's doing that on Wednesday, but it starts at 5 o'clock our time. No, 4 o'clock our time. So after 2 hours, it usually goes off at about the time that Frank begins his. And there's a Christian call on Monday and Tuesday called Awakening Prayer, and it's mostly prayer on Monday. And then on Tuesday, we're reading right now through, let's see, where are we right now? We're reading through the book of Daniel and just discussing as we go. And so those are 3 other calls. And that's all. The person who was talking when I came on has started to call on Sunday night. Is that right? I don't have her number. Is she still on?
Yeah. If she can get her information to me, she can. If she's got numbers, we can put them in the chat right now.
I can put it in the chat right now.
Okay, so I'm not in the chat. Can you say the numbers?
Sure.
I'll say them for you as soon as they hit the chat.
I think maybe I wrote them down. The other night I think you were on, so I'll try to.
I just started.
Okay.
But if everybody thinks that I should change my time, I'll do whatever you guys think I should do, I guess. Whatever's best for everybody. I just sent it.
You have to do what's good for you. It won't work if the moderator's not. If it's not convenient for the moderator, it doesn't work anyway. So you have to.
Well, I'm pretty open. I mean, I don't have a job right now. They're blacklisting me from employment, and so I'm pretty open. So,
okay.
I asked somebody another TI that I've been talking to, what day she thought would be good for me, and I went with the day that she thought. So, but if I need to change it, I can always change it.
Yeah.
And I'm actually thinking about having more than one a week anyway. So.
Well, it could develop into that.
Oh. Get ready. It's a lot.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, get ready. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, I that's all I've got is time on my hands. They've alienated my entire family out of my life. They're blacklisting me from employment. I just broke up with a guy that I was supposed to marry next month who was a honey trap. I mean, they have made this alienation and boring life that I'm living, so I have all this time on my hands to do nothing but try and fight them back. So I have time to do a call every single day, actually.
Well, pick a day and stick with it. Whatever day it is.
I did. Sundays at 7. And if anybody wants me to change it, let me know, and I'll consider if it's a better time for me.
Dear Rochester, listen for a second. If you get before Ella or before myself, like if you start call at 4 in the afternoon Eastern, you'll get a lot of people because they'll stay there waiting for this call to come on. So I'm just telling you how to capture people, and I'll help you. And I'll say, preceding our conference call is, whatever you call yourself.
Frank.
Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, I'll consider doing some afternoon calls.
You'll have people because people actually want calls 24 hours a day. That's what I will tell you. And if you get in front of Ella's call, that's a good idea too, but don't step on her toes. She'll bite you.
Yeah, I'm not looking to step on anybody's toes, no matter who they are. So That's fine. I think right now, Sundays at 7 is fine until I figure out what else I'm going to do. If anybody wants to leave my call Sunday at 7 and to go over someone else's call at 8:30, that's not a problem with me. At all, so.
Frank, I'm sorry for interrupt. Can you hear me?
I sure can.
I just barely read a note where they say that the CIA has been bombarding with pulse microwave electrical weapons, and they say the department to make financial payments to workers who suffer related injuries to the brain among these sponsors or this. They have an action, Havana action, so they can get paid for the damage causing to the CIA people. And I don't know if they already have passed the legislation titled the Havana Act. That they can put us into that legislation for us too as well, because we've been suffering for so many years, and we've been damaged, and they've been normal people or regular people that are being injured with these weapons. So maybe this maybe already has been passed the legislation titled the Havana Act, and then we can apply for it.
Okay.
What do you think?
I think it's great.
There's anybody that we can they can pursue that legislation or this action?
We need people. One of our advisors was saying that we need people as military liaisons. We also need people. We really can't get involved in politics, but we do need a military liaison. Target of Massachusetts can get involved in politics, though. But the Allen Institute can't touch politics. It's a rule.
Oh, I see. That is because they already been passed the action for the Havana syndrome, or what is it called, pulse microwave radiation. And they're going to, the CIA people, the intelligence people, they're going to get paid for to be posted for those kind of harassments. And I assume if there's already been passed, the community or the people that we've been harassed by these electrical weapons, maybe we can have that kind of action to stop all this or something else. Like they're going to do with the CIA people.
Okay, do we have any comments on that? Love to hear some comments. Okay, it's 10:25. We have 61 people, and I'm sure there's a ton in there that would love to speak. So if you want to speak, just come up and grab the mic, or say, "Hey, Frank, I can't get in there." Hi, Sue.
Hi, I'm getting ready to share that link that I put in the chat. Explains really well the mind control variations and different programs. go to conspiracy.fandom.com, and it's very well outlined. It sounds like it's written by people from the inside. It shows you some different things, got lots of references. I think you should hold on to it for your website. I just happened to find it today, and I was reading through, different kinds of mind control, how they try to split the personality.
What's the site? Conspiracy?
.fandom.com.
Random?
Fandom, F as in Frank. All right, let me see if I can put it again. No, that's just a quote. I copied a quote from it.
I'll go there and grab it and share it right now.
Okay, good. So it's like a summary, right? Anyway, I just wanted to share if people can see where they fit in. You might be a monarch, monarch slave, how they trigger you and your alter personalities. It's a very subtle type thing. If you haven't noticed it before, you can start looking for those signs. The kind of things that I've been sharing over the years relate to countermeasures, psychological warfare, intelligence warfare.
Okay, yeah, the chat is moving very, very fast.
Yeah, let me let's see if I can find, I had it a little bit earlier.
Could you just give us that website again? I didn't get the whole thing.
Hold on.
Okay. I got fandom.com, but I didn't get the beginning of it.
Hold on.
Thank you.
I'm trying to do both things at the same time here. All right,
conspiracy.fandom.com.
Thank you. I'm going to put it in the chat again.
Would you say it through again, please?
That was conspiracy.fandom.com.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very good. I've got it.
Good.
You're quite welcome.
Thank you, Sue.
I think I got the main page. Yeah, wiki main page. It took me back to a main page. Nope, that's not the exact. Okay, well, anyway, main page has a bunch of places you can look up.
Okay, I'm sharing the whole place now.
Good. Wait a minute. That's not the exact same page I was reading. That's not the same page. Hold on.
Yeah, this is conspiracy wiki, I guess. Looks like fandom.
Yeah. Let me go back and make sure that they didn't change the link on me or something.
Okay.
Because it has really important information for us. All right, let me see. Going back here. MK Ultra. Hold on. I'm doing it again. Putting in the chat. Must have been a different one. All right, try that one. MK Ultra at the end. But the main page has a lot of good references too. I mean, you can go there and just explore endless amounts of articles.
Warning, this page pertains to sensitive subjects.
Yeah.
You can comment below, I guess. Investigation.
Well, it says yeah.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this one focuses on the mind control.
Mind control. Okay. Oh, this looks very good.
And it talks about variations. Like, look at all these different methods, right? Then, so like 17 different kinds of materials and substances, categories of substances, not just the individual ones. And then different kinds of mind control. And
yeah, there's trauma-based. Let me see. They really...
multiple personalities stuck in there. Triggers, which I have talked about. Brainwashing. Making them into slaves. Chain programming. That's kind of a new thing.
Yeah, I want to see what that is. Okay, that starts out with... Okay, monarch.
Yeah.
All right. You know what I noticed about monarch people? Some of these monarch people are actually proud of it. And they put tats. I mean, they have tattoos of monarch butterflies.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and if you keep going down, he talks about symbols that they like to show each other, you know, the symbols like finger over the mouth to be quiet, that kind of thing. But those are actually, not only are they symbols, but they're triggers. So it's such a deeply embedded program that they actually trigger their own altered personalities that makes them slaves to the program. Then triggers, you know, can be conscious or unconscious. Then they talk about, you know, Illuminati and stuff. But
oh, this is good.
Anyway,
Alice Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah.
Wizard of Oz.
How would you find your if you're a TI and you're getting mind controlled, because it's happening to me? How would you find your altar, and what could you do to stop it?
Yeah, good question. I think in the article, I'll have to read it more carefully because I was kind of listening and reading at the same time. But I think it's where you're dissociating from your reality. That's where your altars will be created. So if you've been in pain, like repeatedly, which is what they do, then you might begin to develop a dissociative state of mind, and that could be considered an altar, right? And in that altar, you might be different set of emotions, like a different personality type. You might actually develop a new personality, and then they can condense that and trigger it whenever they need it to act on their behalf. You see what I'm saying?
Yes. This goes by the book, it looks like. Psychologically,
yeah,
this is very good.
The perps, I think some perps are mind controlled, and if, you know, like Nazis, I found a really good definition of this kind of problem where, like, Nazis are mind controlled to be Nazis, that these are people. They just made me forget. But I hear the perps in the hive, they're silly personality disorders. It's so gross. They're so disgusting. And I'm like, I can't believe you cannot control yourself. And I'm a gardener, and so we had, like, this butterfly bush, and I would chase the butterflies. But I chase everything. I even grabbed a toad in the backyard and made it my pet.
I thought that was cool.
Right. And, you know, it's like my little friend. But anyway, I try to use the toad to keep my humanity. But I put it on YouTube channels, and I got called a perp because of butterflies, and there was a fear-mongering around seeing the butterfly, and I dove right into the butterfly and just said, this is a butterfly. These psychopaths found out a secret in nature, and we are part of this, that children who are traumatized, they have a genetic line, so they grow up, they have children, and it becomes part of your genes. So I would suggest to people who have kids who are TIs, I wouldn't submit. I know that it's hard when you're abused, but if you have kids around you growing up, they make it so people around you can hear the mind control on a really low level. And I've watched it where they'll mind control me to go to sleep, and they chant it, and then everybody in the room is asleep. And I'm like, I can't believe this, and I can't get control of my brain. I'm losing total control over my brain, Frank. It's happening. It's scary.
Well, you gotta call, okay, and we gotta stop that in its tracks. I'll tell you.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about the mind control. Is not good. Directed energy weapons, it's horrible. But we need to figure out how to block mind control, because this is what I don't want to harm myself and to escape. Where they're pushing me, somebody who's a free spirit, to contemplate this. Like if I even sense I've lost total control over mine, I'll just turn. I'm not interested. I'm not going to walk around and have a bunch of losers from Ohio walk me throughout the day. They want to puppet me. These old black guys, they want to sit inside of me and look through my eyes and say, turn left, go right, like a video game. And they have no sympathy. They have no compassion. They don't care. They're also mind controlled. They are that the loser of our country has found a group to be with, and it's going to be the perps. That all the people that failed at everything, all the people that never got any positive attention or, didn't succeed or try, people who don't try finally can lay on their fat asses and just torture us remotely from some apartment or house in our town. It's disgusting. It's so disgusting. It's disgusting. I don't even know what to do about it, to be honest.
So the only answer I have for that at this moment, and I'm going to continue to research it, well, two answers. One is to understand this psychological trickery, so that you're not focusing on them and their perps who are already mind-controlled slaves. Because why would you want to pay attention to them? Then you would end up mimicking them or learning from them, and that's what they want. So you don't want, so to understand the tactics more than the people, all right? That's how I do it. And the other thing is, every day, I pray. I'm not trying to make this religious, okay? But I get centered, I meditate, and I pray. And that's what brings me back to my core, all right? They're still doing the same things, but I seem to get better at disciplining where the mind is going to head and where it's going, right? And so, I've said it before, you don't have to do it, but that's what works for me.
Well, you seem to be one of the most well-balanced targets because you have a handle on it. And that's what we have to do. We have to all get a handle on it. And it starts with thinking positive. And if you continue, reach within yourself and kick this stuff out. You can do it. You have the power to do it. This is a great page, Sue. This is really, really good stuff. This is some of the best stuff.
Thanks.
Wow.
I like it as a summary, you know. The little piece of it that I copied into the chat earlier had to do with monarchs being guided, led, repeated to review and reread certain books. And those certain books are like hypnotic triggers. The keywords are used on them. And that's one of the reasons why, I like, like hearing about what Duncan said and what John Hall said and the YouTubes and everything else. However, I put a limit on it, and I'm saying this out loud for the group while we have a bunch of people, that you have to be careful that those are not being used to program you, There's a fine line there, between getting educated and being influenced by the keywords and the symbols and everything in those books. So I just want to put that out there. That is a deliberate tactic that they use.
Yeah, for anybody else, Sue, if you want to share anything, you should be, sharing is on. You should be able to share anything you want, Sue, in the future or now, if you like.
What kind of sharing? What do you mean?
Screen share.
Screen sharing. Oh, well, I got this simple phone, and it's not like, I don't know. I'll give you the links when I can.
Okay, this is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Project Monarch is being practiced in circles of convinced Satanists, beta slaves. Okay, this takes it all into the basic psychological languages that they use. It's very good.
Yeah, I'm going to have to reread it because I was a little distracted earlier, but I got the gist of it.
I noticed a couple things happened about this monarch mind control thing. There were two groups that were famous, and they were victims of the government that were in high positions, and then celebrities. And when the internet came out and the people who were mind controlled talked about it, and there were these rich women who were beautiful calling themselves monarch mind controlled slaves. And I was getting targeted at the time, and I said, it's similar. Like, they torture the celebrity to mind control it and stalk it with the paparazzi, and then mind control the population to believe that we should follow the life of a celebrity. And then millions of people are stalking this person, and they're swiped in the face, like Michael Jackson. And he's an example of that kind of person trying to fight mind control and failing miserably, and then being exterminated. And so I saw how T.I. was the same way. And I had said this comment, and T.I. didn't like it, but when you get tortured and there's a large group of people focusing their life on you to torture you, you can't kind of act like a narcissist, because you're constantly saying, I'm in pain, and this is happening to me, and me. And I started doing it, and as I was saying it, I was sick. I was disgusted with myself. I'm like, I can't believe I'm spending this much time talking about myself. And so that's how, it's disgusting, the whole process of trying to destroy someone's brain so you can control it to do, what are they trying to get us to do? And the second thing I wanted to say is Robert Duncan, he's totally mind controlled. I can't prove it, but he, if I were part of a project that was this important and, I influenced the technology that did this, I'd be kind of like smiling. Just how sometimes he kind of smiles when he talks about it. Like, I helped create this crazy shit, and it's powerful, and it is, and it can do all these things, and they're going to get all this data. And like I noticed that Willie's looping it, and she's starting to look mind controlled by the book, like you were saying. And it's good to have like different authors to reference different people, so you're not pushing the thoughts of one person. Like Renee Pittman, no one's talked about her. She's beautiful, and she looks like she's doing pretty good. I don't know if Frank you ever talked to Renee Pittman, but
she's one of the first DIs that I spoke with. We spoke at length for months and months, and she shared a lot of information, and she also shared the targeting that she was going through, and she was brutally hammered. And basically in abdomen, she said it.
So I'm going to put Renee Pittman's YouTube channel in the chat.
Okay. That's great, Sue. That stuff is fantastic, that page.
Okay, good.
I bookmarked the whole thing. I'm going to have to go through and actually read some of that.
I know, it's kind of deep, and you have to really think about it and consider in your own life where you may have split off in your personality. I noticed in myself, and this is just a result of a long time of stress, right? But I mean, I'm not as patient as I used to be, but on some levels, I am more patient than I used to be, right? Like I can see situations better than I did before, but I'm also a little impatient because I'm tired of repetition and stuff like that. But so if that's an alter, I don't know. I'm going to look through some variations, maybe some of my own defense mechanisms that I may have developed. I mean, here's a thing that I noticed in the last couple of years. My sense of humor is like blown out. I mean, it's bigger, right? My sense of humor is bigger than it used to be, and I laugh harder, and I make fun of things. That helps me to get through. Now, I don't know if that's an alter of my ego, an alter of myself. Well, like, I'll give you an example. Like Marilyn, you don't want to think about them. You don't want to talk about. Here's what I did. I started singing the Star Spangled Banner, right? Because I can play with the words, and it makes me laugh because it's, they're not living up to that, right? They took oaths and pledges, so I throw it back at them. It's, and I make up new lyrics to it sometimes, right? Because they don't hit me when I'm singing that for some reason. Like it's too sacred to them, or they just want to see what I'm going to do with it next. Same song variations. What kind of variations I'm going to come up with?
Yeah, they laugh too. Well, you probably don't hear them, but they do probably.
Right? Yeah, maybe they do. I'm sure I make them laugh sometimes, but they don't. I don't hear them doing that. I just know. Yeah, they're listening. There's always an audience.
Yeah, they. I think that most of the perps were brand new when they started with you, and if you notice, they are also learning in the process of you learning, and
that's
know
right.
a lot about each other. So it makes it it's not interesting by any means. It's tragic. Because they've wasted almost 10 years of their lives, and they've wasted, I can't even say, if I say wasted, it means I will never have met any of you. So parts of it weren't wasted, but the time, the time was wasted. So they've destroyed 10 years ago.
Their lives are, I mean, they've already been turned over. Like, they are only as good as for as long as they're useful. Basically, my point of view is they're on a suicide mission. I gave them warning. If they continue, if they don't change or turn this program around from the inside where they have access and knowledge, then they are just going down the slippery slope to suicide, because in the end, anybody who knows too much is going to be eliminated. That's what I think. So they have the opportunity to turn it, you know, logistically, tactically, strategically, however you want to look at it, in order to save their own lives and future generations of their families, even if it's just a self-preservation motive. If they don't do it now, they're on the road to suicide, period. So I don't worry about them anymore, except that I already gave them that piece to think about. And the rest of us have to just survive, you know, on whatever it takes. Just survive. Get through.
What do you think that Maryland should do, Sue? Because Maryland is getting watered. We need to come up with some kind of defense for her. Not that we all are watered, but...
Yeah, I mean, we all have that. I think I don't want to be anybody's therapist, you know, who I don't know. But I heard her say that she is already going to somebody. So that, you know, she made that contract. She should honor it and stick with it if it helps, if it's helping her.
Yeah, I had a psychologist and someone who she distributes the meds to the people that visit this organization, and I stopped going and I stopped taking the meds. They start you off with a really low dose, and I told the nurse something separate than the counselor, and I told the counselor, I said, yeah, I have synthetic telepathy, and they're torturing me to death, and I basically just need medication to not respond. But I still have enough energy to go to work, have friends, have family. I just don't want to feel, so they can't take control over me, because they use emotional abuse, and they want to fill you, because you're linked brain to brain. They feel your anxiety and rage, and it's like, oh, look at that, she's upset. And they all go, ooh, you know, and I'm like, you know, I just went to try to get another psychiatrist, and I got an MRI to prove that there's damage from the dew in the BCI. And then next month I'm going to have I got the CAT scan. I'm going to get an MRI and then a neuro doctor. And I just have to, you know, they're picking the words that I'm going to say because they're centering their attention on me. So it's a few males and one female, and they watch me process my thoughts, and they pick the answer because, you know, you have hundreds that you use. I can answer this way or I can make a comment that way, and they pick what they know that you are going to say. But your growth, you're not going to grow as a TI because they're keeping you in the state that when they saw you, they want to mind control you to not grow as a person. So they will have more control over your brain and walk you slowly to death. And I'm not interested in death. I love the sun. I love everything about our Earth. I'm not interested in leaving this planet, and I don't want any TI to do that. It's, you know, their anger, like the woman whose fiance was taken from her, that would send me into I'd be so agitated, the cops would have to come. You know, and they do this where they try to take your family, your friends, your children, your job, your money, your house. And then the only thing you'll have left is your brain, and then they take that, and then when you see that you have nothing, you jump. You know, so how are you going to be a TI and get a job, or if you're on disability, use your money wisely and still function and participate in society? I want to see the people in my community. I want to interact with them. I don't want to be isolated at home vomiting, which is what they're doing today. You know, so...
Yeah, but the answer is not... See, so you don't have your counselor anymore? You fired the counselor, you're finding a new one? What is that?
Yeah, they kept writing me scripts for schizophrenia. And it was a free product that she uses to give. And I said I don't want that med for schizophrenia. That's going to alter my brain chemistry. I just need to not respond psychotically to abuse. So whatever that pill is, I don't need to scream every day. I'm 50. Like, how do I stay calm and energetic and not respond emotionally to torture? And that's a hard script to write because they don't get it. They're like, you can say PTSD. Yeah, you can say, I have PTSD and anxiety, but even that's not really, you tell them the truth. You say, I don't want to respond to being attacked. If they torture you long term, that's going to kind of happen anyway, where they'll punch you and beat you and you don't respond. Like I used to have all this sympathy for animals, and there was this video of this lion or some kind of cat that was in a zoo in some Asian country. They beat this animal so bad that it didn't even respond. And I was like, my God. And I'm almost there. And I'm like, oh, my God. Like today, they beat the shit out of me, and I just didn't even care. I was like, whatever, you're going to do it tomorrow, and when I sleep, and, there's got to be a pill for that. Yeah, I'm frantic with V2K. The people that they might be picking to come after us, like me and Frank have talked about that, like these are losers that are at home all day anyway. So they're middle-aged people that are no longer in the workforce maybe. They kind of pick up and when they get recruited, they pick up young people to kind of keep them motivated to torture. So, like, these elderly guys are running the hive, and they have these younger men that kind of do things for them, even bring them food. So they sexually assault a TI and then recruit him. They dispense cocaine to them to keep control over them. Yeah.
Okay, do we have anybody else out there who would like to come up and grab another mic with Marilyn and speak in general, I guess, or specifics about how your problem relates to hers, if it does, because she is deeply targeted. No question about that. And she is getting to the point where it's hard for her to live because it's gotten to that terrible, terrible juncture where you find that you don't have the support from, certain people in your life that you thought you did. And they are actually mind controlled. is your feeling, and it could be very well correct. So, if you'd like to talk about that, feel free. Try and get deeply into the topic and see if you can take it apart. That's what I try and do. All right, I'm going to mute for a couple of minutes. Come on, Lonnie, you've got to have something to say. Yeah, apparently that wasn't a good idea, but I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to hang out here and see if I can get some people up here that I know are, in fact, terribly targeted. Not that we all... I don't know everybody,
Hey, I want to make a suggestion to Marilyn.
Sure.
She mentioned that she had, I think she said, a CAT scan and was going to get an MRI to show some of the damage, that's happened in her brain. And in fact, somebody else called earlier and said, why can't the legislation somehow cover people who are being pulse microwave tortured? So, one of the things that I've thought of is I've been listening to the calls, for actually listening to them for a while and then participating in them only for probably, less than 6 months. But anyway, I do hear people say they'd like to pursue some litigation and that kind of thing. And of course, now that it's public that these weapons exist, and if people can actually get medical evidence, possibly rather than go to just a regular law practice, what they might want to consider, people like Marilyn, if she is able to, is to consider, finding a brain injury lawyer, somebody who specializes in brain injury. And so maybe that would be an avenue to pursue that people, I don't know, maybe people have already done that, but given the fact that now it's become more public, people are realizing these weapons do exist. I think there's even some police departments that are acknowledging they know this is going on in communities. Maybe, and the other thing I want to say to Marilyn is, it sounds to me like some of the perpetrators that you have are similar to the types of groups of perpetrators that I have here where I live in Virginia. But anyway, people might want to consider, if they do have evidence, medical evidence, to go to medical malpractice, well, not medical malpractice, but like brain injury lawyers or lawyers or people who specialize in those kinds of things because they know more about it.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And I'm very sorry that you would have perps like mine. That's not good.
No, it isn't good. And it's been going on a really long time. And you know what? Most of the people in the town I live in that are people who are either business people or somehow connected to, like the power structure in the city that I live, they know what's going on. And they've known it for a really long time. And they're just looking the other way or participating.
Yeah, I agree. There are some people involved who are doing just that, looking the other way. But what is happening in this country and all over the world, more and more frequently, you are seeing police with a relative who has this. I'm calling it out like it's a disease. It's the plague. everyone is starting to know someone who is involved in this program. And it's coming to light in the media. We have Havana syndrome center stage. So we have more and more people, and we have to use that terminology. I would drop remote neuromonitoring. I would drop everything. Hold on to V2K and try and find out. We have to find out whether these people are getting V2K. I know they are, but they won't say anything because I believe they are under a gag order. And this gag order prevents them from saying anything because they are government workers. But I'm willing to bet there are many people around Washington that have been hit with this. They've gone to the authorities in Washington, and they too have been silenced because they are too close to the government workers in Washington. I'm sorry, I took you totally off topic, but I do that sometimes, like everybody else. But
you know, Frank, the D.C. area, I'm not too familiar with it. I've been there while I've been targeted. I've been shot there. I got shot with something that was quite brutal. But I do get a sense that when you are a TI and you come into this area of D.C., they swarmed me. I got swarmed, and I tested if the V2K. I said some offensive things in my mind repeatedly to see, like, if there were new people listening to my thoughts, and they did. That they will broadcast your thoughts into that area to the other perpetrators, and they seem globally to be fearless. Nothing's going to happen to us. We're never going to get caught. And they're cult-like. You know, it looks like, you know, I just wish they would kind of die out like Tom. What was the that cult that was in the Caribbean? They were Christian, and they were mind controlled to do group suicide.
Oh, the Kool-Aid crew.
Yeah. This is what this group of blacks remind me of. I hear how Jim Jones, you know, oh my God, they feed them emotional delusions. So I think recruiting poor black people make them feel good. Like Jim Jones would make these poor women, you know, feel like they were loved by him. You know, we will take care of you. We like you. Do what I tell you to do because you love me and I love you. And that's the gang stalker. Like they're, you know, some of them are not getting paid that much at all. And they just get fed feelings, your feelings, another perp's feelings, they're uploading feelings onto each other like a drug. Feel the empathic TI, how sweet they are, you know. Feel her when she was joyful at 20. And they go way back. They juxtapose feelings from the TI's childhood, all the things that you know that they do, like the sexual feelings and memories. You know, when you get targeted and you keep going over some ex-lover you had, because they're constantly asking you questions and watching you. I'm not trying to be vulgar, but they like to watch your memories about the men and women that you loved, and then they try to be that person. I swear, it's the most evil. It doesn't deserve laughter or sarcasm. I don't think we should make jokes about this anymore, but they are literally trying to be you when you made love to your love of your life. And they'll do that till they get tired of it, and then they'll find another person, what did it feel like to love? What was your happiest moment? And these people are psychotic. They don't have any feelings. And the tech makes it so there's not going to be a civil war. There should have been a civil war already. But, the tech is that it has you on your, on your back. It's different. This is a different kind of attack. They make you sleepy, sickly, and tired. And the radiation weakens you. But the more people targeted have to come together. I mean, the same rules apply for any protest. The more of us there are that come together, we can get this over with already. I mean, there's all these people in mainstream media who know about us. It's about to happen, and we need to, we should have, like old school activists in the 60s would have in their pocket, if a cop comes up to you, what do you say when you want to express yourself? Like, you should be able to have something in your purse. When I do interact with someone, I can tell them what this is. I have the Havana syndrome, and it's just awesomely crazy. My mother got targeted in the 80s. And I asked her recently, I said, how when you heard it, when did you hear it? In the car over the radio. I was like, oh, that's so gross. And then she's too upset to talk about it anymore. But
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
This is Kat from Rochester. So I recently learned about this thing called EEG heterodyning, where they can live through you like a broadcast, like an avatar, kinda. Is that kind of like what you're talking about?
Yeah. So Frank could explain it differently. What they did, they said, who wants to be Marilyn? And then they would take money. And then there was a drug dealer that dispenses cocaine out to them, and, it's $50. Some of them won't move, but they juxtapose their signal on top of me. I can barely...
Then you're hearing us go down on V2K? You're hearing all this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The cocaine deal and everything? Oh.
Yeah. And they found out that they could see through my vision better if the closer they put themselves near me. So, when you hear the voices over an airplane, that person is concentrating on the sound of the airplane, therefore he's near the airplane. Or if they're over the TV, you hear them, so they're concentrating their consciousness on the TV, the signal, Frank would say. Then they go into your mouth. And a lot of TIs, because we're not scientists, it's hard they're in my throat, 3 at a time, and my literally I can barely breathe. They're in my eyes, the left side. One guy will be on the left side of my body, and I can't do anything but sit there. And they say, "Get up, do something." Garden.
So are you getting the phantom touching?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Are you getting the phantom touching?
Oh.
What do you mean?
The EEG heterodyning, the phantom touching.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put it in the chat so you guys can look at it. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. I would say to somebody who just recently found out that they were targeted, I'd be very calm and cool and not attract too much attention, because there's people that are in. If you're hardcore targeted, you might as well go for the gold, and we might as well go to this, to Senate in person, and just try to go meet Nancy Pelosi in suits and dresses and get a case, because you're not afraid of anything, so you might as well just do it. But for the people who are just like, oh, this year I just found out, I would tell you just to not display too much aggression, too much excitement. It's like a zombie. The body snatchers, when the people, to avoid getting attacked, they have to be really quiet.
Hey, Marilyn, the phantom touching is a term that we used to use on past calls. I guess you guys kind of refer to it as electronic rape. But they used to call it phantom touching to try to, make it not sound so unpleasant. But it is. I mean, it's electronic rape. They used to use phantom touching.
Every day. Yes.
Yeah, there's nothing phantom about it either.
Yeah, just because it's invisible. That's why they refer to it as phantom on past calls. I mean, they just come out and say it now. Exactly what it is.
How are you doing?
Around the bushes.
I haven't
That's
heard
what
your
it
voice
is.
in a while.
Electronic rape.
Yeah. Oh, every day. Sometimes multiple times a day. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess she's still on the call. Hey, Frank, I'm started to wonder. I told you about the trigger fingers, right?
Yes.
On a call some time back. I am wondering if they're actually hitting my joints down there with electronics to cause kind of. It was in one finger, but now it's starting to be in my other.
Now, what's happening?
What's
happening to the fingers?
Yeah, they're starting to lock up on me.
Okay, all right.
And it's starting to kind of like, I have to clamp them, and it will pop open. So it's just not one hand, it's both. Like both of my thumbs and, the ring finger. So I'm thinking that they're pulsing my finger that's causing this. Because they can post me in the bed at night and make my whole body jolt while I'm laying down. I'm thinking they're hitting those tendons. For some reason, that's causing both of my fingers to kind of lock up.
Okay.
So, I mean, it was so bad, I had to go to the hand surgeon and get two steroid shots in one hand, which was painful, to try to see if that would work again, to try to avoid doing the surgery. I'm going to try to look into the acupuncture. I guess that's what they recommended, to try to see if that'll help, because I need to use my hand tight and do everything else. It was locking up on me. I just kind of found out what's going on. One hand is one thing, but both hands, my left and my right, I mean, I had to really try to do something about it.
Yeah, that particular situation there, I know what you mean by locking up, but you have to. Are they moving the fingers physically? Because I've had them do that.
Yeah, like when you ball your hands into a fist and you try to open them back up, two of them would be still closed. like if I took both my left and my right, I would ball it all the way up and try to open it up, and like one or two would be closed. I would have to manually open it up, and it would pop.
Okay, I think that what has happened is they are trying to do something with your fingers, and they've got a couple of nerves crossed, if you can understand, and they've actually locked up your fingers instead of trying to point. I think that's what they're talking about.
Yeah. That's what's going on. They're just locking it up. And when I try to pop it open, you know, like the tendon, it's actually painful to open it back up. It's severe pain until you pop it back open.
Yeah, I can understand that. And everybody, I'm not going to say that this is the exact truth, but this is what I believe. And from all my accounts from other TIs, thousands of TIs, worldwide, this particular activity is directed at your brain. And everybody wants to shield areas. Shield your head. That is where the most logical activity is occurring, because your pleasure and pain centers are located there. Your motor function centers are located there. All of your senses are derived and interpolated in your brain. So if they're trying to move a finger and they get it wrong, they might lock one up. You follow me? Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, well, I just sort of answered what you were saying, and I was just looking for an answer back, you know.
I mean, it's just one of those things that hand, like I said, the hand surgeons feel like this is unheard of, because you were doing with one hand, not both.
No, it depends upon how
he sees
you are.
that I can still physically move it, but it looked like they're trying to start up the other one, like they're trying to lock the other hand for some reason.
Okay, they're trying to do, it looks like they're trying to move both fingers on both hands at the same time. Now, they are trying to generally screw you up, and I'll tell you why. I'm ambidextrous, okay, so they have trouble with me. See, I can't explain what that is until you have it. If you don't have it, you'll never know. But I think what they're doing is trying to lock up or move both fingers on both hands to do the same thing to prove something to you. And what's happening is all of this is blowing back in their face. It's what they're doing is locking up instead.
Yeah, you know the feeling is like, you said you had the surgery some time ago, right? With the hand locking up, the hand surgery?
It's every once in a while these things happen. They'll try and move your fingers. Some cramps in your legs are theirs. Some are your own. You'll get to the point where you understand the difference.
Yeah.
Because they can actually rip up a muscle, a cramp can. It could tear a muscle right off a bone, a tendon. So try and shield your head if you can. That's the most logical place for them to hit.
Yeah, the head area.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look for some material for that, especially when I'm laying down. I don't know if Marilyn's still on. You can put up a thought in your head, and if they don't like it, like in my case, they jolt me, like they jolt my whole body. Like if I'm saying screw them or something in my thought, messing with them, because they're observing everything, and it would jolt my whole body.
Yeah, that's horrible. Yeah, they jolt my body, mainly in my skull. It's a quite vicious. And these are millions of people who the prison industrial complex would just love to have. And we just have to figure out how to find them and then push them into prison. They're brutally abusing us, and they're in our hometown. This is why I can't believe it. And most of the people abusing us are not soldiers or professionals. I understand that the person handling the whole situation is, but some of these people, it's just like trash from your neighborhood. It sucks because there's so much freedom available right now for reasons I don't want to go into. A lot of countries, a lot of states in our country are getting liberated from a really bad economic situation, and I would like to enjoy that. Allow this, and I really don't know what to say about this. I'm in shock. I've gone into shock. I've looked in the mirror and thought, oh, I look insane. It's how to keep our bodies and brains strong enough to defend each other and fight back and take these assholes out. You need your hands. Exercise them. Maybe wear leather gloves when you sleep. I used to wear leather gloves because they shoot my hands. You want to protect your feet. They like to shoot your feet because they shoot my feet. So it's painful to walk. You have to shield your body.
I was thinking about getting those arthritis gloves, but I guess my doctor didn't recommend it. I want to use it especially when I'm sleeping. But, you constantly opening and closing your hand, even when you're sleeping. But he was saying that he didn't want me to have my hands open the whole while I'm sleeping because he didn't want to just lock up like that. And I won't be able to move them at all. So he wants me to kind of constantly move my hand around.
Sorry to interrupt. I'll be right back.
Okay. These are some sick people, Marilyn. They are.
Yeah, they are. Marilyn, I was just thinking something, and I know it's out of line because I know for sure that moving around the country doesn't help because the mess is everywhere. But I believe you said you've lived in that neighborhood all your life. Is that right?
Me?
Marilyn.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, I live in Kettering, Ohio.
Okay, what I was going to say is this, because I've heard you say that there's a certain group that's the older people are running it, the younger people are all of the same skin color, and I'm just thinking it's possible that it might be a little better for you to consider some of these places you've been thinking about that are getting free, from other economic problems, that sort of thing. But there are other places to go that might be easier on you. I know you sound like you may have enough to, have to go to doctors and to do some things. So you have a little bit of money left. Some of us don't. But
I have Medicaid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's rough. Anyway, that was just, I was thinking that, and I put something in the oven, and it's going to come out in about 5 minutes. I want to say something else, too. Those Christians were not Christians down in Guyana. They were worshiping Jim Jones, and Christians worship Christ. So that's a misrepresented thing. I remember a reporter who got killed down there from the Dallas area, and he said, well, I'm getting up and I'm going right. He was kind of a grandstander guy, and he got up and he said, we're going down to Guyana and talk to these people that Jim Jones is leading, and he was getting ready to get on his plane, and they shot him too and killed him. But it was a horrible thing, I remember. But they, if you worship the messenger, you're not worshiping God. And that's what I think those poor people ended up doing. So I just wanted to clear that up because I heard you say that. So anyway, I'm sorry you're having worse trouble, and you too, Melvin, because you're such a good guy, and you have been so stalwart in this, because I've been listening to you for several years, and I wish I had some ideas for everybody, but I'm just trying. The only thing I can say, and I'll say it again, is that I do everything I can, shielding, protecting, security, that sort of thing, and then I turn it over to God. I do pray, and that's what He doesn't solve all the problems, but once in a while He lets me know in some small way. You'd call it small, in a small way that's very personal to me, that He's there, and that His promises are good, and I just need to keep focusing on Him in what they call a vertical way, because if I keep focusing horizontally on what's going on this earth and with me and with others, I don't get anywhere. But if I focus on Him, I'm uplifted, my spirits are better, and He will make known His presence to you, for both of you too. God bless you both. And I'm going to hang up before this. I'm sorry.
Well, I can tell you too, if that's Melvin still there, is that can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do the same thing to me. They'll actually make perverted suggestions and all that into my head, and then pinprick me and zap me saying, oh, you shouldn't think like that. Being smart asses is what they're doing. It's just a sick system they have. They commit their crimes and have the nerve to turn around like they have the right to do more of their crimes on you with their torturing. But they're sick individuals. It's just how they roll.
Like I'm doing my best to try to combat it in my own little way. So just working on it.
Well, I just tell them that, you're sick and you're perverted, and you've been doing your pinpricking crap for years and years and years. Now you come up with, something else stupid and asinine, and, anything to try to piss you off, anything to provoke your anger and have it fly off the handle and things like that. But the garbage speaks for themselves, and, just they're sick individuals.
Yep, they are.
Yeah, the mind control part, with Jim Jones, his son had lost his wife and kids were murdered in that horrible attack, and he tells his son, we're going to go to this Russian embassy in Guyana to give him $1,000, because he was a drug addict too. Like a lot of the perps are on meth and shit. He was on meth, Jim Jones. And this asshole he mind controlled his son to accept that he murdered his son, his grandchild, and his daughter-in-law. And then, so let's take this money to the Russians. And then, these mind control losers are like all over us. And they just I just listen to them all day. Some loser will just say, just a nobody will say, attack Maryland. The next thing I know, I'm like on the couch moaning and just twisting my, I mean, I guess you could have. I mean, I used to have a really good sense of humor about this, which I'm losing because my brain is stuffed with stupid people. Melvin, I know we're both Black Americans, but I have black men trying to impersonate me. Like today, I was like, I'm a female, right? Like I'm looking at Coach bags. I'm thinking about going on a date. I still try to think of little silly stuff. Like I do little girly things like, my dream miniature dog that I want to get with a matching handbag. Why is a black man, after everything he's been through, going to impersonate a chick trying to get a Coach bag and a puppy? It's just so stupid. What is the point? And it's, all of these ideas about why, like everyone's like, it's a terrorist watch list. No, well, they were doing it before the terrorist watch list. If my mom got targeted in the 80s, that people like, Melvin, how people like to, how the sisters, how they like to gossip, in the summer outside, sitting in front of the stoop. Now this is another way to do it also. Like you can just, look at her. But they're looking through your eyes. Do you want to watch Maryland? For 10 years straight. Like you have the same fool trying to talk to you, the V2K, year after year after year. It's like, I don't want to be your friend. Like, hang up. Like they, like the phone.
Like they're starting to be annoying. It's like a lot of these spam calls that we get on our cell phone and home phones, trying to offer this and offers that. I just hang right up on them. But now it's gotten to the point where if I see if it's some type of spoof call, I don't even pick it up to deal with them. I mean, it's just as bad as that.
Yo, Mel?
Yeah.
It's D, man.
Hey, D, what's up?
Yo, I ain't seen you in a while. Hey, Dayton, Ohio, how you doing? I'm sorry, I just wanted to shout Mel out.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a while.
Dude, I just got off the hellified railroad, subway. I'm still out here, New York City, Brooklyn, Queens, all of it, riding the subway, everything. I just got off the ride from hell. And it really was, the purpose is always out there. It's just, you got to deal with normal life while you, just dealing with the perps. When they out there talking to me, and they talking to me with a religious tone. And for any of y'all on the call where your perps are using your own religion and culture and anti-culture, and that means if you have, you're battling a Christian underculture, you already know what the hell I'm dealing with. So, yeah, I just had a fun day riding the MTA. I don't know if anybody's on the call in the New York City area, but if you are, I'm D. Brooklyn T.I. Been between Brooklyn and Queens, New York. I've been doing this for, God knows how long. I have no choice. I have to ride the subway with everybody, and I keep talking to myself, and they're right there, and my V2K runs through every person around me, and they act like they're complimenting me, but it's like, okay, they'll let me know, we want you in our culture, and I'm like, leave me alone. You should just leave me alone because, you know, when you're a Christian, you pray a lot. You got to deal with different sides of Christianity to grab at you. And, you know, that's all within this targeting. And the Muslims go through it. The Jewish go through it. The Hindi go through it. And I see the Asians, Mandarin and Cantonese go through it. Because recently I've been seeing different religions go through the same thing I'm going through. Do you know how it is when you actually have people around you in different languages talking to you, but they're talking to you, and they're all in different languages, but they're all talking to you. And you have this constant awareness, and they constantly keep telling me, you're part of the Human Genome Project and the Brain Initiative. Get over it. My perps actually come up to me and tell me, you're part of the Human Genome Project. And I'm like, can you get away from me? Get away from me. And today I actually walked past NYPD officers. What they keep telling me is absolution, 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 absolution. And I'm like, get away from me. Get away from me, because all of them keep telling me, oh, you're under satanic attack. And I'm like, well, this whole system is satanic. And that's going right the hell back at them. Think about it as disability. Yes, I am. I have a disability pass. I got to get all around this transit system with my pass. I got my iPhone. It's interlinked. They are literally trying to get me, and they're forcing us at the end of this year. We got to interlink our disability pass into our phones, and it has to link with the transit system. I got on the railroad, and the railroad, the conductor on the railroad says, please have your e-ticket ready for scanning. And you know what that means, because as they're coming towards you, they don't mean to, because some of the railroad conductors, I see them, they have no intention of hurting me. It's the equipment. The equipment is already scanning me on the train, so I dealt with that all night. And if any of y'all have to ride any type of railroad or bus system that's interlinked on this new garbage, it's not even, it surpasses our regular targeting, but it's interlinked at the same time because it enhances it. And then what I'm automatically saying, for those of us that have been on this call for like over 10 to 15 years, and I've been on this call for about 10 years, I'm already seeing an upgrade in all the tech, everything. And right before my eyes, I'm watching everybody just like get brand new again. And then I'm like, Have you got the vaccine, didn't you? I'm like, go ahead. You know, so I'm one of those people that haven't been vaccinated yet, and my town is under siege. They're getting ready to track our asses and figure out who the hell hasn't been vaccinated. So that's where I'm at right now. You know, I ain't got nothing really more to say, but God bless. Oh, I say Newark, New Jersey. All right, I must shut up now. Let me mute.
Oh, hang in there, dude.
Hey, how you doing?
I just saw. Oh, I see Frank now. I just saw somebody from Newark. Hey, Frank.
Oh, what was I going to? I'm not going to say the COVID thing because then I get banned from YouTube. So don't say the COVID.
I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it alone. Thank you.
Okay, but no, what I was going to say is it's going to be mandatory pretty soon in the U.S. And I just wanted to run that by you. I saw that on the news. So I don't know whether that's just the news talking or whether that's what's going to happen. Another thing that's going on is the POTUS is really going downhill fast with the people. I just wanted to drop that in there before I forget.
And that's what's scaring me because I'm on it. You know, we are on the Northeast corridor with Israel. and he's right there in the center in Delaware. I'm one of these kids. I ride the Long Island Railroad, and I've never been to Boston. Always wanted to. I've taken Amtrak through this nasty tunnel they call Gateway, the Gateway Project, and I did not vote. I was sick during the election. It probably would have been in his direction, but within all the targeting, God put me in the right position and said, take care of yourself. Don't even go down to the polls because you already know the COVID is going to affect you, being that you are burnt up every day. And I don't mean to say that because the thing about it is I would love to take the vaccine. I have interest in it, but I'm not sure. Okay, I'll leave it alone. Leave it alone. Listen, it's because I've listened to a lot of podcasts, and you're right. You have to take a certain stance, and I have to be totally political with it because of, our blessed United States of America. That's why I'm just going to chill. But just let everybody know that, what he's saying is true, and I'm noticing it out every day as I'm outside. And I had NYPD officers today make a stance right in front of me, and it wasn't even in the negative. It was surprising. And I don't know what the hell I saw today. I just saw NYPD officers. I don't know if they were allowing me free in the transit system, but I'm watching certain things go on that interest me. Like, all right, let me just stay tuned and hope that I don't see inverted protest from those that you were hoping that are going to protect you, but some of them didn't. Some of them didn't protect us, and some of them wanted to protect us. So it's just like a catch-22. And it's just like I was talking. So I don't mean to drag on, but I'm on mute, and bless you and have a good night. Yo, Mel, it's good to see you and talk to you. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you.
Hey, glad to see you too, D. We get worried about
you know what I mean.
Yep,
I saw a whole bunch of people today. I got off the railroad and the subway, so I'm out of my mind. No pun intended.
How's your mom, Ding?
She's fine. Please.
Good.
I got on the subway today. She's fine.
When all this stuff started that Frank didn't want us to talk about, and I won't mention it, but I remember you were staying with her, and she kept telling you, don't you go out there and come back and give it to me. So she survived. She's okay then right now.
Well, I don't I can't. And out of what I understand, what's going on with certain things, dealing with the protection, Frank's call, I don't want to talk about the vaccine too much right now. Just out of protection on YouTube. So, I'm just going to keep it like that. But, we could talk about it. Yes, sweetheart. Yes, thank you so much. Because, all we got to do is just keep our heads up and just keep reading and educating ourselves. Because even me coming out here and the last 72 hours from me sitting up on the major news networks, my head was just like, whoa. And it's just been from different sources. My local region acting up, the Olympics with major Olympic representative of the United States, she said, I need a mental health day right now at this moment. And she did it today again. And I thought, okay, good. I know the pathway that I'm taking is the same thing we going through, and then maybe the right people will get affected and actually say something. So, we'll see.
That's what I was wondering about that. That's the first thing I thought of was Havana syndrome when she did that. I don't listen to the Olympics, but that was, I think, significant, and maybe it will come out. So I forget her name, Simone or something.
I'm kind of like, and I don't mean to say this, but I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it raw because I'm in physical pain, and I may have a bigger issue. But right now, while I'm still close to my family, I'm holding on to what little bit of family I got around me. So yeah, I'm in my mom's crib, and when no, listen to this for a second. I don't know who's.
I don't know what that is. Yeah, it happens sometimes.
Dee, I muted you by accident.
Okay, I unmuted myself.
Okay.
All right, no, it's cool. No, what I was saying is when you coming off the train in pain and you just took painkillers on the train and your mother's asking you for the ice wrap that she keep in the fridge that we use for our own protection from the targeting. And me and my mother, we got a whole set of ice wraps that we use for our joints. I already know what I use them for, but I ain't gonna tell Mom. But she tell me, yo, go get the wrap out the freezer for me, the one that don't have the blue ice in it. And I'm like, all right, cool. I've been doing this for about 25 years, so it's like, after your mom's coming in from retirement and doing the blue thing, loving her red, white, and blue, and no, we don't talk about none of the talking. I only talk about this with you. I'm on another floor, and I hide all of this from her because what? Mom already put me in the psych ward, brought me out from the psych ward, put me back in. It's for all of y'all that understand what I'm saying. That's where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Mom, I just gave her ice pack and was like, yeah, that's why I'm upstairs talking to y'all right now.
Okay. Well, good. That's what we can do. I think that's good.
That's all we can do. What yeah. All right, yo, let me go on back on mute. Thank y'all for, having a cute conversation. Y'all go back to what y'all was doing.
You stay in touch.
Will do.
How are you doing, Lonnie?
You always catch me. I just took a big bite of something I just cooked. So I'm doing okay.
I always catch you at the wrong time. Well, that's all right.
You do, but you sound pretty good. I hope so.
Yeah, I'm doing fine, thank you.
I would just like to ask things about the ice packs.
Listen up. You can't have copyrighted music playing in the background. Okay? Mm-hmm. So come back on, E, and don't have any music in the background. Thank you.
Someone else has it on, so I'll have to come back.
Okay. Just listen then, because if it's copyrighted, the AI part of YouTube picks it up. So there's a good example of AI right there. AI goes through your YouTube video, and it will scratch it in a second, and there'll be a copyright infringement right on there. And most of them are harmless, but some of them try and pursue you. So we try and avoid that. We need people to speak.
Well, I'm back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Was someone speaking of ice packs there, or was I hearing something else?
I think that was D. I think that was D.
Oh, okay. Well, it would be good to know which ones are helpful. I don't know.
I don't think any of them are helpful. That's my opinion.
You don't. Well, yeah. I think
one
they
way
can be.
That you could use ice packs is it's kind of, this targeting is kind of making me a little lazy, but you can put it in the crotch area when you sleep, or if you're at the computer. If you have a baseball hat or a hat, put the ice on the top of your skull, because they're pouring the radiation on top of you, and this will cool your skull, your skull and your brain down.
Yeah, you feel better. I think
you'll feel better. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember when TIs used to say how they put them in their pillowcases.
Oh.
Stuff like that.
So, yeah. Okay, well, thanks.
I use zip ties under one of the layers that goes on my legs. My legs from my knees to my toes are severely targeted, even today, and I was at the doctor's office, as a matter of fact. It was so bad. So everything's burnt to a crisp, worse than a French fry. So what I'm saying is I get these blankets. They're little like ice cubes, and I get them in Walmart or Dick's, and they're long, and they're probably, I don't know, maybe 18 inches long and 12 inches or 20 inches by 12 inches, and they wrap around, or you can fold them up, but keep them in the freezer. And I'm getting severely burned on the tops of my feet. Put them there, wrap them around your feet, put, like everyone says, put them in your hat. Put them anywhere you can, because I'll tell you, they may not stop all of the targeting, but they keep you cool. And when your body's cool, it's more difficult for them to operate. When you're hot and heated, when they break your air conditioner, they want to do that to keep you hot, because then they thermally heat you even worse, and everything really goes to hell in a handbasket. So if you can cool your body all the time and keep cool, I'm sitting here with ice on and everything else. I got blankets on me. I look like a gosh darn Eskimo someplace in Alaska. So it's the only way you can survive through the night. The days are a little bit easier because you can get outside, you can move, and you can do but when you're locked up inside at night, you just have to sit and defend yourself, and it's not easy.
Yeah.
Luda, do you have music on in the background?
Somebody has the Olympics on, but I don't have the remote, but I'll mute.
All right. No, you don't have to mute. I want to hear from you. Okay, E. I think that was you with the music again. You really got to get a grip. If I ask you not to do something, please don't do it. It's easy. Because it'll mess things up. And this won't be on YouTube tomorrow morning. That's all. No big deal.
I turned it way down, and I don't hear it, but maybe you do.
Well, yeah, we did.
Do you hear it now? Okay, I'm going to mute.
I don't hear anything now. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right.
No, I meant go ahead and speak. If you want.
I see. Well, I don't have an awful lot to say right now. I'm going to head to bed shortly. But I wish the best for everyone on this phone call, and hope everyone's dealing the best they can with the things that have to be dealt with here. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Good night.
Yeah, we appreciate your support, E. And
you're so welcome. Absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Frank.
And Luda has got some information.
Oops, I didn't hear you, Frank. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, Luda has information. Go ahead, Luda.
The one thing that I'm going to say is right now, I'm a little bit comfortable, and I'll tell you how. I have sheet metal, pretty thick, from Home Depot, and it comes in a cardboard cover. So I get these long things that are about 6 foot long, and then I cut them in half, the sheet metal, and I put Gorilla Tape around the outside so there's no sharp edges. And I'm surrounded by that, all my legs. And then I also use copper cookie sheets and copper skillets. Between those heavy things, they're heavy, but they're not on me, they're surrounding me. Right now, I'm comfortable. Of course, they'll get through all this eventually, but for the moment, I have a little peace. But up until, this is the first time today, since midnight, that I have any peace.
What are you
Sheet metal. Huh?
Do you shave your head?
Oh, God, yeah.
Okay, all right, just checking.
Head and heart are the most important. They
know,
can take my legs and have them and destroy them and have them amputated, but I got to have my heart and my legs. My heart and my head, rather. Got to have the brain. What they've done is to my skull is they've reduced it from the back of my neck. My skull no longer is rounded; it goes straight up, and it has a little curve at the top. It looks like I'm beginning to look like an elf. I got the little ears, and my nose is messed up, and I don't look normal at all. And like I say, I was Miss Lithuania America in 1967, so this was crazy. This is all crazy, to destroy a body so much.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Do you feel elevated temperature sometimes? Well, when you're sitting in an air-conditioned room and it's, comfortable, all of a sudden, bang,
yes,
you are toasting.
You're thermally heated from the inside. And every time a TI has their temperature taken, I understand, and it's worked for me every time. I'm at least 1.5 degrees less than 98.6. I'm like, today I was 97.2. I'm never to 98, but yet I'm thermally heated. I mean, I'm really hot. And they can do this in any part of your body. They can do it to your skull or your feet. They have the ability to do this. And it's really, like you say, it's hard to understand how you can be cool in a room and your body is burning up inside.
Yeah, mine's 97.6 too. So,
it's never up to 98. TIs, that's one of the signs of a TI. I read that someplace when my computer was working. You know what happened today? I got to tell you guys. I spoke with a couple of editors. Everybody knows I'm working on this book, trying to get it published. So they said, well, why don't you send us things in hard copy if you have no email? I said, oh, that sounds great. Well, the perps are listening to the phone calls, of course, like they're listening to me right now. And I hang up. I go to print. All the stuff I'm supposed to send, I can't send because they have totally turned and muted my screen reader so it doesn't talk. So I can't use a computer. Like you could see it on the screen and you could use my computer, but I can't because I only can work with speech. So I go to Office Max. I bring my thumb drive, and they'll do anything for you there. They'll copy. They'll do anything. So I give them the thumb drive. I said, I want this. I got to send it in hard copy. I want double-sided. It'll be a little cheaper. A single-sided Office Max is 17 cents now. So anyway, I get all this stuff done. Then they have it figured up and rigged up that I'm going to be running out of printer ink. Instead of a whole cartridge, when it's about half full, then I can't use it anymore. They have it all hooked up. This is what the kind of professional hackers I'm dealing with. So I have to get more printer ink. When I got out of Office Max, my bill was $90. Between the printing I have to send in the mail, that's not the postage yet to send it. So what I'm saying is they want you to have no money. Then I have to tell you another thing. Today I had a T-shirt on. I had three that were cooling shirts. There's some materials now that you can buy that they taunt to be cooling, and they are. They're made in such a way that they wick away the heat and perspiration from your body, and they are much cooler. So anyway, right at this point, I have 3 T-shirts left. They went into my apartment. Of course, I don't stay and babysit my personal possessions. What I carry with me are important documents and things, but they came into my apartment and took every damn T-shirt that I own and have accumulated over the past 20 years. Maybe 30 shirts are gone. Every darn one of them. Can you even imagine? They did this with my pants about 6 months ago. They took all my pants. Well, now they took all my shirts. So I have 3 shirts to wear in the summertime that are short sleeves. Everything else is heavy long sleeves. This is what I live through. Every day it's a new sideshow. Every day.
Wow. That's terrible.
You have no idea. When I hear people, they're worrying about different colored hats and 5 red cars in a row, I'd like to be those people. Let them live my life for one day and see what you're missing. It's incredible. Then I had all my stuff that I used to wash my poor legs, and my tea tree soap and my black African soap and all the stuff that I use, cucumber green tea stuff to try to get this biofilm off my legs that are so sore. And I had it all in my box under my friend's bed in his bedroom. Now, this is not my apartment. This is his apartment. We go to get it yesterday, and the whole box is gone. Everything. Everything's gone. I had nothing whatsoever to wash my legs with. So this is daily.
That is terrible. I don't have anything like that, but I have a lot of other things. But
right, we all have different programs, and all of them are horrific. There's nothing good about any of it.
Right, but I heard a woman say once that she had a whole suitcase full of brand new clothes taken out of her apartment.
Oh God, yeah, it's happened to me many times.
It was her getaway.
Just like I loaded up all my good clothes in a file cabinet with a lock, 4-drawer file cabinet. I says, oh, they'll never get that stuff out of there. I took everything out of the closets that was good and new and everything. They got every last thing. I don't even have a dress shirt to wear. If someone says you have to go to a wedding reception or you're going to church, I have nothing to be presentable. I don't own a dress. I don't own a skirt at this point. It's a horrible way to live.
I think that it will end shortly. That's my opinion.
I wonder in my lifetime, though.
I believe it will. And my reasoning then is the fact that so much is coming forward all the time that you can't help but have it exposed.
Let's hope. Let's pray.
Right. Because they're dropping people all around the White House, so you can't do that. And now we're in, where are we now? I'm going to say Venezuela, but it's not. A brand new location where they're hitting.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, hi, Frank. This is April from New Jersey. I just wanted to say something real quick. I can't stay on the phone that long. I finally have a job. I'm trying to keep it as much as I can. Yep, I'm trying to keep it as much as I can. The thing about it is they want me to do the vaccination and take the test or whatever. It's in healthcare. Some good things is happening, but it's really bad. But the thing about what I was calling tonight was I really needed some insight on it. I just spoke with the detective that's handling my rape case. He's giving me a hard way to go. That's the forced speech and the talking out loud, so that is really bad. So I'm trying not to sound like it's crazy. Here's the thing, I'm crazy, but he's playing games. So I'm like, I need a lot of strength. I don't even know how to get through it. I'm not able to chill. And I'm getting shot all up and down my left side. It's just like shot from the top to the bottom. And it's just jerking. My nerves is jerking. I can't even sleep.
Well, did you pick up that sleep? When we talked on the phone, I think I spoke of a sleep aid called Olly, O-L-L-Y. Pick it up. That's what I use. I swear by it.
How do you, what is it, like a sweater?
No. To get some sleep, it's Olly, O-L-L-Y, sleep. It's over-the-counter sleep medication.
Will it stop the nerves from jumping?
It's going to help you get to sleep. Calm you down, put you to sleep.
Stop the food. The food won't stop at all. They really want me to gain weight. I mean, I gained 10 pounds. I cannot gain any weight.
It doesn't have diphenhydramine in it either. It has a different plant, actually, in it. And it's L-tropolamine or something like that. But it's It's a plant. If you look it up, they'll show you pictures of plants.
Okay, now the thing is they're cloning me. If it was someone getting high, and then they made me start it. They won't physically make me get high, but they do it. They'll put like the holograms in my eyesight, and then they'll move my body with the body like the robotic part, the remote neural monitoring, and the behavior modification. And now they're putting sores in my nose. I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
I'll be walking and they'll see someone that gets high or something, and they'll make me be that person. Like they'll put me in a deep sleep, and they'll have a vision of me being that person, and then I'll wake up with sores in my nose or something.
Yeah, they try to traumatize you. They want you to be a nervous wreck. And I'll use anything, that's safe to try to stay calm. But you got to push your mind away from, I'm not that good at this, but take your mind away from the people you perceive are after you so you can have a couple good days, Imagine yourself before you were targeted. And then, I've had friends and people I know that have had cancer. And, I try to imagine these people fight to stay alive. And they even radiate their bodies to try to do it. And be like the cancer survivor. Just keep going. And every day is different than the day before. Some days are worse than others. And they will, the last thing you want to do is worry about, like, the people on the street. It's the people that you can't see operating the program and the do. That's who we have to target. Who is the person shooting us with direct energy weapons? Where is he located? Where did they buy the weapons from? Who sold the weapons to him? Who at the FCC is aware that my brain is hacked? Where are the offices of the people that are, mind hacking civilians and then turning them on us? So that we're in a hive. I mean, they could have gotten volunteers for this shit and just asked and paid people to hive. Mm-hmm. And said, does anyone want to participate in this technology? You're going to be hooked up brain to brain. And they would have gotten in line to do this dumb shit, Who's the freak who initiated the program? Bush Sr., was it in the Reagan administration? Which president was in office when it started? And who are those people? Where do they live? Somebody in the 80s. Who was the president in the 80s? Let me see.
Clinton? Reagan?
It was
Bush? Wait a minute, 90s, Bush. Yeah.
Right, because if my mother was targeted in the 80s, then somebody knew about it in that administration.
Well, back then we didn't have what we have today. And that's the ability to get on a computer or a phone and communicate with each other. We didn't have that back in the 80s. This communication that we have is everything. We can talk to somebody. I can talk to somebody in the UK. Wherever. So that's what's making the difference as well. Because people are being exposed for what they are.
Yeah, but you can't stop the cloning. When they're cloning you, I've never had facial hair. I have a beard like as a man. They're cloning me.
That indicates to me that your testosterone levels have increased for some reason.
Yeah, they doing that. They doing that to me. They shoot me in my vagina. It's constantly. Like you can feel it. Like you can feel it. Sometimes you don't. It hurts bad. They do all type of stuff. You don't know when they're gonna do it. You can try to focus on not doing it. They'll have like outbursts just come out your mouth. Yeah.
I have a way to protect yourself there, young lady. I have a strip. It's about 1 3/4 to 2 inches wide, made of heavy rubber, nearly 1/2 inch thick. And on the outside of it, I have heavy tin foil, probably 1/4 inch, and copper tape. Put the rubber to your skin, or to your outside of your clothes. Like I'm sitting here at night, and I've got pants on, and I never in 15 years I haven't had a nightgown on. I'm sitting here fully clothed, and I have over my pants. I put that strip between my legs and pull it all the way to the back of my rectum, because otherwise they gouge everything out. They've already done their dirty deed to my private area, but I figured this out, and it does work. It stopped all of that.
Yeah,
it's got to be heavy rubber and heavy metal.
Yeah, I didn't have any metal to put around me. I tried a leather jacket. I put a leather around me. I wrapped it around my waist and between my legs. I wrapped my head up. I did leather, and I did like thick pots. I put a box of pots and stuff around and just piled it with as much metal as I can. And I put cardboard box there. But it's a temporary relief, but you have to keep changing it. Well, I can't.
This rubber thing protects me all night long. They don't get anywhere in there any longer. I wish I would have discovered this before they totally wrecked me down there. But at least now I have total relief from all that. It's got to be thick rubber, though. I get it at the automotive store. Then I cut it up. You could probably use a bath mat if it didn't have those suction cups on it on one side. If it was just the plain rubber, you need a thick rubber. Nothing gets.
Luda, perhaps she could use an old inner tube.
Sure.
It would be like cut the inner tube up and use like 3 pieces, something like that.
Exactly. You have to be so creative.
I agree with that.
Just after this was announced Tuesday, Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
We still don't have the border open between Canada, Niagara Falls, and Niagara Falls, New York, and Niagara Falls, Canada. That's still closed. They're negotiating, but it's still not open. Can you imagine? It's like 18 months.
How closed that border is, and how open the southern border is.
Isn't it amazing?
It's sick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they have customs officials. It's like between us and Russia or something. In the southern border, where there are criminals and people coming across the border with COVID, COVID, and all these other things,
And August 4th, all the border guards on the Canadian side are going on strike. So there's not any chance for sure, because there won't be people to check them out at the border. See, I'm so close to the border that I get more French-Canadian stations on my TV and radio. I'm 20 miles from the border.
Now, you need a passport as well to travel from New York to Canada, correct?
Yes, or one of these enhanced. There's 3 kinds of enhanced driver's license now. There's one with a star, one with a flag, and I can't remember the other one. But if you have that enhanced, it has the same background check and everything as the regular passport. One thing I know in Europe, I have a European Union passport also. Now mine is burgundy color, but if you are vaccinated, you are issued a green one. So when you go through the borders from one country to another, you just flash that thing and you're automatically just keep going. So if you don't have that green one, now you have to show that you're been tested within 72 hours to get into another country. So they are way ahead of us with this pointing out who has it and who doesn't have it real quick, the vaccination. But that's true. To get into Canada, all we used to say, I remember when I used to go fishing up in Canada all the time. They have a lot of good cold lakes and great fishing. And all we used to say at the border is say where you were born. That's all they asked you. You didn't even need a piece of paper. And my father used to say, they're looking for certain people. I'm going to show you. Every time we went across the border, he told them where he was born in some other place than he was. And he never got stopped, or they never asked him for anything. They didn't even ask for your driver's license back then. Now, it went through a stage where if you had a birth certificate and a Department of Motor Vehicles photo ID, you were okay. And that was a pain in the neck. But now, it's best to have a passport. It really is. That's the only way I survive anywhere is with a passport.
So you have the U.S. ID then?
I have U.S. ID local from New York State. I have a United States passport, but when I travel anywhere, I use my Lithuanian passport because it's far more accepted. I never have trouble with Lithuanian. In the United States, I get a lot of questions. It's funny.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. I figured that out really quick. I know that one time, the recent times when I was in Lithuania, I brought over a lot of stuff for the blind, like talking clocks and talking calculators and all this stuff they don't have there. And when I hit the customs at the airport in Vilnius, the capital, customs agent said to me, "Oh my God, here she comes again." I had cartons on top of cartons. He said, "Don't even come through here. We don't want to see you. We don't want you to go through X-ray. Just, you see those 2 big doors? Just get the heck," and this was all in Lithuania, just go. And they helped me get through the doors. They didn't even want to check. I could have brought cartons and cartons of cocaine. You know what I mean? It was very comical.
I bet.
Everybody was waiting in long lines, and here I'm zipping through with who knows what in my cartons. Oh, God.
Yeah, Luda, you're really brilliant, and a lot of people don't know that you're a writer. And so Luda's very intelligent. She's superior. She has a superior brain. And so, they're taking our brains and just handing them over to losers.
It's terrible.
And then taking the bits and pieces they want. And when they've just devoured your brain and mine and all TIs, they take the little pieces that they want, they use it for capitalism, and we don't get paid. So they're definitely stealing our brain activity. Local perps are getting access to our personal lives, And when the woman was saying cloning, there's this, excuse my language, Luda, there's a bitch that is cloning me. Her name's Keisha, and she basically is using her welfare check and divvying out little $5 of bits of crack to the perps to hold me back so I won't succeed. And so I'm mind controlled to be sick most of the time, and then the operator shoots me with the do. But I all I ever wanted was to experience life and share my creativity. And there's a lot of jealous Americans in this country who are will abuse us because they're failures at thinking. So everyone should try to be buddies with Luna. She's a very smart person, and when I first heard her, I thought, wow, she's standing up to them, and she's gonna go about her life. And so I tried to do it. Fuck them. Just keep going. Be with your family. Do the activities you want to do.
The one thing I will say, though, I really feel bad about all of you whose minds have been messed with and wrecked and everything that's done to them. For some reason, I have never had this done to my brain. My brain is still intact. I still have total recollection since age 5. Every detail, every memory, nothing's been touched. But it's my body that's being destroyed. My body. Why do they want my mind so perfect? But I appreciate what you're saying, Marilyn, and you're very brilliant and creative in your own ways with your art and your gardening and things that you've done. When I first met you, you weren't doing all these things, and now I'm so happy you are. Just keep going at it.
For anyone that suffers like me, like Marcus in the chat, and we are part of a human family. We are basically related to each other, and there are natural copies of us that are very similar. There are other people in the world across the planet. There's lots of Ludos and lots of Marilyns and Franks, and if they destroy my brain, and just hand it over to this black trash in Dayton, there's other people that can think. So I can't. They want you to sit in a perpetual hive of victimization with the other perps. And I just choose not to. I say, you're not going to make me believe I'm the most important person to be abused. Where they try to, there's a reason why we're all doing this to you, and it's a very important reason that you're special, and that's why we're tearing into your brain 24 hours a day. And I'm like, bullshit. But if you destroy me, oh well. Because they feed off of your grief of regret about your life. People survived the Holocaust, and some people did not. Some people left the Holocaust crippled and crazy, and some people didn't. Some people are doing really well who survived, and some people are living in poverty. So kind of think about that. What kind of survivor do you want to be? You should be ballsy and courageous, even if it kind of hurts. Because when the end comes and you look back at your targeted life, I don't want to keep puppeting these stupid black losers, and I'm tired of saying it. They're disgusting. I'm not going to say their names anymore. They mean nothing. These people are nothing. They are trash. These people abusing you are trash. Just keep going, as if you are in Auschwitz. Share food with each other.
Holocaust was simple. People went to the chambers quickly. 250,000 people were killed in Lithuania alone. And people, and it's a small country. I mean, the population is less than 3 million today. It's 2,850,000. So it was a very large percentage. But what I'm saying is that torture that they had, they were killed quickly. Ours is forever. As far, I mean, it's been when it started up until today, and let's see what happens tomorrow. I'm an optimistic person, so I don't know about tomorrow. But what we are living through is far worse than the Holocaust. Those people, they went to chambers, they went to killing fields, they went on trains to Siberia and died on work lines. They didn't give them clothes in the winter time. They didn't give them enough food. But what they had went quick. They didn't endure this day after day for 25 years to 50 years. You know what I mean? Or all your life, like we are. And I'm going to teach everybody a word tonight. You're going to laugh at me. But a lot of Lithuanian words end in AS. So, as you say bullshit, I say bullshitas. And it makes me laugh because I make up that word. It's no word, but I combine American with that because I do use that word quite a bit because I don't use a lot of other words, but that's one of my favorites. But anyway.
Yeah, like I was sharing earlier, I mangled the scar-strangled banner, and I laugh at it because I change up the words, because it makes me feel like, that was a piece of programming that they did to mind control people, the patriotism, the soldiers. They, sing that and make promises and they believe it, but really it's a strangling of humanity and, the brand of the freaks and the groan of the slaves. I mean, that's what it is. This country was built on slavery. And I'm just saying hi again back. We have to stop thinking about them. Really, we got to stop thinking about them. That's what I wanted to say. There's so much programming in our society that keeps people under the radar of awareness, right? And that's one of the things. The flag itself, starting with the flag, I'm not going to harp on it, but it is a symbol, and it does trigger certain feelings and obedience to that. Now, if you're from another country like Luda, you realize, every country has its symbolism, and behind that, the whole sets of beliefs and expectations of how you're supposed to behave. And outside of that, well, you look strange, So a big piece of my defense is to analyze the these little toys, these little tricks that they use to keep humanity under control. That's one of them. That's why I brought it up again.
You're so correct, Sue, and I'll tell you, I was in Lithuania in 2013 for Independence Day, Vasario 16, which is February 16th, and never such patriotism. Every car had a flag sticking out the window. Every person's house had a flag hanging on the house. Every store, every light pole had a flag, the tricolor, red, yellow, and green. Everywhere you want. Now, then when you go to any festivities for like a month, you have never heard so many songs sung to their beloved Lithuania, their homeland. And I look at this country, and we do have flags at certain times of year, but boy, we don't have that many, let me tell you. Like, you can go out and for a day never see a flag in this country. no matter, if you drive in the country or if you drive in the city or wherever you drive. How often do you see a flag? That patriotism starts there. When you're walking down the street and you see a college professor that you know is a professor, or a person that works in the government, maybe in environmental protection, everybody tips their hat. If it's a lady, they kind of bend a little bit. It's just an ideal of respect. Respect for humanity, respect for others that are helping the country to be as great as it is. So I don't see a lot of that anymore. In the olden days, this country was just like it. But today, we've drifted away from that. I'm not sure it's a good thing.
Well, I'm not sure it's a bad thing either, because these they represent some false values. We're in a time where we have to question what was expected of us behind those symbols. And a lot of that is what set people up for innocent victimization. They're being victimized by their compliance, by their acquiescence. So I'm not saying go out and be a revolutionary. No, I don't think that's the answer. I think you have to be really solid in your brain and see through some of the facades. That's what is going to save you. Not marching in parades and waving somebody else's flag. You can wave the rainbow flag for LGBTQ, but that doesn't change the essence, of what we're dealing with. You can change flags every day if you want, but that doesn't really touch the core that you need to be with. You need to be with your core self. That doesn't have any flag.
Very nice, Sue. And just to you and Luda, I just wanted to say, how many times do you drive down the street, go by the post office or an official location, and see the flag still up? The flags are supposed to come down at night, be folded properly, and put away.
Well, if you have a light, like we have a flag in front of our building, it's a very big flag. And that's why I tell everybody where to turn is by the flag. It's the only one in the area. So if you shine a light on it, it simulates day, and you can leave it up all night, but you have to have a light shining directly on it, Frank. If you have no lights around it, it's got to come down. You're right.
They shouldn't stay up, though. They get tattered and whipped and torn.
Some of them look really bad.
Huh. Well, I wonder if we use a flag for a shield, if they would leave us alone. Like hang a flag over yourself, like, well, we're not allowed to hit the flag, so we can't hit the person under the flag. I was just wondering.
So, a little story. So I was a teenager and I was rebellious, and I had the perfect outfit, and this was the outfit. I wore the flag as a sarong, and I had this sweater that had like safety pins on it and combat boots with my black lipstick. And as a teenager, went to the mall with my little mall rat friends and was arrested. And, yeah. And then they took the flag and left me with my fishnets. I used to go to like all these thrift stores and buy vintage clothing, and I used to buy like vintage undergarments, so they were like lace shorts. I was like, you're gonna send me home in my underwear? And they were like, oh yeah, that's our flag. And I was like, oh well, But I was arrested for wearing the flag in Dayton, Ohio.
Well, yeah, I'm I'm wondering, Marilyn, if moving away from Dayton would be helpful for you, because you're so close to Wright Pat, and so much of this is coming right out of Wright Pat. You're near one of the ground zeros there. So I'm just, I know that geographical, countermeasures don't always work. I mean, moving, changing countries, states. But if you live that close to one of the cell centers, one of the main centers, then maybe that would help in your case. Just another town, or somewhere out in the wilderness.
Yeah, it's basically getting to that point, and I try to go across the country, then to another country, and was terrorized by people from this area in my brain, and I just I even called Derek. I was like, Derek, they're all over me in another country. And he told me to go to God, basically. He gave me a conference call number, a Christian conference call.
Yeah.
Definitely not a city. I definitely do think that might help.
Yeah, because, for instance, people like, let me just move it over to Colorado. People who live near Cheyenne Mountain, right? Shriver Air Force Base, Colorado Springs, they're getting hit pretty hard there. So, might be a thing.
I'm 10 miles from an Air Force base at Niagara Falls, New York. And what happened was they used to have the big tankers, the refuelers for the Vietnam era, and more recently, so that people on long or jets, government jets, United States Air Force jets going across the oceans, they would be there to refuel these air trips. Well, what happened was that's no longer necessary. So they got rid of all these planes. They're no longer here. Now they're working in experimental weapons. How quaint. 10 miles away.
Yeah, that's pretty close. I wonder what the radius would be. I know that radar, for instance, can travel 250, 300 miles. If it's not blocked by mountains or large buildings, I wonder if there's,
High-frequency radio is the worst, Sue. Anything, like I can hear KMOX at night on a little Sony transistor all the way out to Missouri, all over the place. And any place a radio signal can travel, that can piggyback on microwave, and that can travel as well. Some of the weapons are close, but some can go a distance.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure they can bounce it, off different towers and satellites. But I'm just saying, if you're in there, it's like you're in their neighborhood, right? 10 miles. You're practically on the base. So I'm just thinking, how far would you have to be?
It's funny, though. I'm not affected by helicopters or airplanes. They don't ever fly around here. They go in some other direction.
Mm-hmm.
I said Wright Pat Air Force Base. Well, I told you, Sue, how I passed out flyers there, and so once I sent emails to as many people and staff from the top to the bottom. It was during a holiday, and then these jets flew over the house. The whole neighborhood shook. I got a warning shot when I went and passed flyers out there. It hit the building. And across the street, this will be the second Air Force Base family I don't think they're perps, but I just think it's odd that they would want to live here and drive all the way to the base. And the whole Ohio is creepy.
Mhm. Yeah. Oh.
And, these kinds of places where there's an Air Force base close by, these places are so lame. The people are so lame that you would never think in your imagination about MK Ultra. It's just, they're not necessarily like small towns, but lots of little suburbs around the Air Force base, and the Rainbow community. There's a lot of. Well, I don't want to say anything strange, but Ohio is one of the top places to live if you are gay. So if you know anybody who's gay, state capital is gay. Our capital is. It is the Rainbow here.
Mhm. Well, I don't have any opinions about that, but I was just curious, Frank, did Melissa come to the call tonight? I wanted to ask her that question.
I didn't see her. I looked and I didn't see her, unless she snuck in.
Has anyone heard her explain how her targeting stopped and why, or what did she do? I mean, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, it would be. It would be.
Because I don't think it's just positive thinking. You could be positive, right, and still get. So I want to know how that happened for her.
Still has ear trouble, Sue. She has pressure in her ears, pulsating, I believe. So she does have remnants of it. It's not totally gone, but it is, much better than we're living. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
No, too.
That's not so bad, pulsing in the ears. I've had that. You can block that.
Yeah, I just wanted to interject that this is Wednesday night. We're going to stop the meeting at 1 a.m. Eastern, and Friday night we'll be open late, 3 or 4 in the morning.
Oh, okay. Okay, so in the last 10 minutes, what should we do?
Just get a bunch of closing thoughts from people.
Okay.
Luda's right there, and you're right there. You do dynamite prayers, but
we just have to stay level-headed, whatever they do to you, just keep your eyes up and above the horizon. Keep going.
Yeah, that's right. Keep your head up and watch everything. Don't go through this with blinders on.
Have it take as little part of your brain power as possible and energy. Unless it's positive, sweep it away. And I'll tell you, when it's the worst, I sing songs pretty loud, like I Believe, When You Walk Through a Storm, Let There Be Peace on Earth. And somehow it calms everything down for me, calms my body. My blood pressure through all this is incredibly, today it was 112/70. My doctor says, geez, I'd pay you for that. But through all this chaos, my blood pressure never deviates. It's always very, very good. but I know how to calm myself.
Yeah, that's important. Oh, is that song "You Never Walk Alone"? Is that from the old Oklahoma or one of those old musicals?
I don't know. The one that I learned the words from was Elvis Presley. He sings it really good.
It's starting to remind me of a song from a long time ago. Now I'll catch it when I'm off the call, probably.
But I think singing and dancing's really good. Now my body is totally from my waist down is really bad. But that doesn't mean that when music's playing I don't dance. In my own way, I do dance. I do dance. I move. Doing everything. So I think that we need to move, change our position, sing, dance, play audiobooks, play beautiful music in the background, peaceful music. And I noticed with this, I do have tinnitus. And when it's just the constant high-pitched tone, I don't hear it anymore. I've somehow turned that off. When it's this clanging that it sounds like crickets, I think that's when they're working on the brain, and that's when I really turn up the music loud or use Dave Case's CD, and it goes away. But that's when I think they're working on the brain, is when you hear the real loud clattering.
Yeah, I like to use sound, music, different kinds of music.
I like Josh Turner. He's a country singer, and he's got a real unusual range from very bass to up normal. And when I play that loud, plus all the guitar and banjo in it, it takes out a lot of the sonic targeting, I think, because if we have different ranges in tones and our ears are tuned to it, I think it makes a big difference. So Dave Case's CD is not pleasant to listen to. It does the same thing, but I'd rather listen to music like Josh Turner with this really bass voice and then all the whole the place sings different. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, if you can follow the principle of music that changes and is not predictable, right? I mean, if you listen to some old classical music, well, these younger guys they don't know what the next note is going to be. So or jazz, right?
Right.
So and changing channels on the radio, so you're not stuck to one thing. You don't even have to listen. Like, you could just have it there in the background, breaking up the, not exactly jamming, but sort of like passively jamming the signals. And I really like classical and jazz for that. Well, we don't have too many good stations around here. Just wish we had
I get
more.
all the Canadian plus United States, but the Canadians have real good jazz, real good.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now that's a good point. That's a good thing about living where there's more culture. You get more variety, things to choose from.
With all that listening to all that French, I still don't learn French. It's easy for me to pick up languages, but it goes in one ear and out the other. I don't even try. But all these coming through, most of them are French.
So you say you do understand French or not?
No, one of the languages I just have turned my brain off on. I like the Slavic and the Germanic and Teutonic languages, shall we say, of Europe.
Spanish,
Absolutely. I taught in Spanish in Mexico when I lived there. I had to teach in I only spoke Spanish, and when I got home, after a couple of years, my parents told me it took 6 months before I got rid of my accent because I never spoke English. Never.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was funny.
Did you notice, Luda, that we're getting a lot of new people on these calls?
Yes, and some of them are very young.
Yeah.
20s, 30s.
Mhm. They do sound young.
I'm amazed that they find these calls so much quicker than I did.
Mhm.
I really became overtly targeted in 1996, and I didn't discover that I was a targeted individual until 2016, June 26th. So
wow.
It's been a long time because they kept it from me. Every time I went to look for anything on the internet that they didn't want me to see, either my computer froze or turned off or whatever happened. It wasn't until they wanted me to discover it that they put it in front of my face.
I found Derek's calls in 2013 when I really started doing the research. Like, what is this? What I was really looking for in the beginning was the vocabulary, because I knew that if I got a series of the right terms, if I got a list of the right terms, I could figure things out, So I started getting terms, R&M and psychotronics and that, if you have a good list, like 10 basic ones, and you can start seeing the bigger picture. And one of those terms led me to Derek's website when it was the old website. And it was one of the first calls.
I was led to Skizit Gesture. And I don't know how that happened. And then I wrote to her, and she gave me a list, a long, detailed list, which she has, which is very, very good. And she said, check any of these that apply to you.
Mm-hmm.
I went through this 7 pages, and I went through checking. I mean, I was every other one I was checking. Sent it back to her, and she says, you're targeted. I says, what the hell's targeting? So
yeah. What are you talking about? Good. Now what? I still want... I mean, this is just a way of life. That's how I'm looking at it. I don't know how we're going to stop this. I just think it's, this is the new... That's the new world. We have to figure out how to live in it,
Well, if you look at some of these products being produced, they know this regime is in operation because they have special shoes that are branded now. They have special clothing made. I can't remember these companies, not the regular EMF and all the normal ones, but these are made of fabric that's reinforced with things to defend yourself. And we never had this in the past.
No, and it's a good thing that, there are more grounding tools, there are more shielding tools, and there's much more information. And there's people who are developing products which I still have questions about, like scalar, they're calling them scalar machines, right? Mm-hmm. And some of them might really help, but I haven't tried those. But it's just good to know that people are working on it and trying to invent things.
I was at a garage the other day, and a guy was wearing a funny thing around his neck, and it was giving off air like it was a fan. And I said to him, I said, can I ask you what you're wearing around your neck? He says, it's an ozone producer. I recharge it every day. I wear it. I'll never get any disease or sick. It's pure that I'm breathing, and I'm cool. Mm-hmm. If I could remember the place he told me in South Carolina that makes these things, to the website. He said it costs $99, and he's had it for years, and he loves it.
A little ozone generator.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, guys, I'm going to wrap this up.
Okay.
And I wanted to thank you all. and
Okay.
say God bless. And
God bless.
have a great evening and sleep well. This is Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference, signing off at 1:01 a.m. Good night, guys.